Yo, Butsia, what's up with you, man? Feel free, come up, come up, come up. Oh, okay, okay. I'm sure you love the topic. Are you sure it's gonna create the tension or the fire today? You can see what we have on the board already. Guys, come up, come up. I'm still sorting out. I'm still sorting it out. Hey, what's up, man? I see you joined us. How's it?
Yes, yes, what's up, what's up?
I'm good, Drifter. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, we're just starting now. You think so? We'll see. We'll see, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Let's hang around. We'll see. Drifter, we lost you now. No way. Yay. Eugenia, Legacy. I know that you, Legacy. How's it, Legacy?
Hey, Ancient, how you doing?
I'm alright, man. How are you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. You've been having some fire, hey? You've been bringing it on hard.
Yeah,
You don't like peace. You like problems.
sometimes I just want problems.
You just want problems. And you're making us all look like haters out here.
And
No, but it's been
I know,
awesome. It's been great stuff. It
yeah,
needs to be.
indeed.
It needs to be spoken about.
Sometimes when I bring the topic, I know this one is a problem. I just know
Yeah.
that this one, there's no peace tonight. So I'm just
Nobody.
there,
Nobody's leaving before 12.
you know.
And the
So,
other night, when it was really starting to get heated. And I was actually getting ready for it. I was like, wow, this is going to go down now. And you kicked us out. It was like 12 o'clock. I was like,
no,
ancient
man.
damn.
No, man, I'm so sorry. You see, that's why when I started live, I like people to join in immediately so that we can have a robust 4 hours, you know?
Yes, yes.
It was Because sometimes it's okay. I mean, I can keep the live till 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4. I used to do it before.
Yeah,
But then the truth is, there are people who are going to work tomorrow. There are people who have
exactly.
things to do. And if you keep them on the live for too long and then they become zombies at work tomorrow, they might not come back here today. You know?
Absolutely.
So it's
Absolutely.
good for us to work with time, for everybody to know that, you know what, between this time and this time, Mr. Ancient is live and this is what
Yeah.
we're doing. You know,
Yes,
it's like
please,
an
Kanya.
appointment.
Hello, darling.
No, it's good. Kanya, how are you?
She's muted. I want to laugh with her the way we've been carrying on like your attack mode.
Yeah, she's gonna come up now. Yo, even her, she herself, she's been also part of the crossfire, Shem.
Yeah,
Yo,
no, it's like crazy.
yo, I
Like
know.
you
The
just
last
find
few days have been really heated. The last few
some
days have
people
been,
just have personal vendettas and then they want to take it out here.
exactly.
It's
It's like they have
crazy.
their own issues and then they want to
Yeah,
bring it on this platform. No, man, no.
it's
We
crazy.
need
And
to
then
be
they start
objective here.
attacking people on the platform on the like I don't understand it.
It's for me, I actually see it as a sign of immaturity, and I've always said this on the live. Like, you can't attack people you don't know, you don't know them, you have no relationship with them. You just come on the live and you want to say you want to just start attacking them. It's a stupid thing. That's how
No,
I always see
really,
it. You know,
really.
I'm like I always tell people like I don't know you, so I don't take anything personal. If anybody comes here and wants to take things personal, and or you are getting personal with people, then you're a problem, Shem.
Yeah,
Someone you
yeah.
barely know.
Good evening, good evening, good
Good
evening.
evening,
How
the
are
lady
you?
of the house. How are
How you
you?
all? I'm alright. How are you?
Good, good, good. Oh, your stranger Vanessa hasn't been around for a while.
She hasn't, Shem. She
Hi
hasn't.
Yeah, no,
guys.
I don't know where have you been, V?
Where have you been? Oh, that laugh says a lot.
Like, yeah, man. I told you guys that I'm gonna take a break. I
You
told you
take
guys a long time ago that there's a time
Mm-mm.
where I'm just gonna be like, eh.
Last night
what are
I
you
gave
taking a break
myself a
from?
break in the middle of the live. I was there like, you know what?
Oh my, what are you taking a break from exactly?
Mr. Ancient, I have something I want to address.
What was
With
the
me?
topic?
I have something I want to address, Mr.
Woo,
Ancient.
Vanessa, the flames, the
All
flames,
right.
the flames.
Kanya,
What
let's hear.
happened?
No, if I'm going to moderate, please, can you tell your people or co-moderators to allow me to do so? If not, let them take over, please, because wow, that's my biggest issue to say now. You'll be trying to bring harmony and then there'll be people bringing more discourse
And
by
never
trying to
mind,
out-moderate
yeah,
or
never mind
whatever's
that.
going on.
Telling you how to do your duties and also now attacking you. It's becoming personal now.
Yes, so
Guys, what
please,
happened?
That
can
What
we
that
have that
happened?
line told?
okay,
Vanessa, you
Kanya.
don't even want to know. Ancient must
Yes.
send you
That
recordings.
that will be addressed. And if you know, I mentioned it the last time. I think we need to emphasize it now. We need more moderators here. So what I want to do, I want to see how we can have at least two moderators every night. Each person will take 2 hours. You understand? The first 2 hours will be for one, the next 2 hours will be for the other, and then
Yes.
tomorrow we rotate it. So that
Not
when it's when
moderators moderating each other now. Like,
exactly.
like what is that?
So
Sure.
when it's your turn as a moderator, you know I'm gonna do it my way. It's my turn. For the next 2 hours, it's my way until the next time it comes back again. I think that way people will not feel like they are being attacked because
No,
if
but you know what it is actually. It's not even about the moderating per se. It's about the topic at hand. It gets started taken personally, and then it get the Kanya comes under fire. I mean, it's not even like that she's doing anything wrong.
you see for those topics, they will always come heated because me,
Yo,
I'm not nice. So
Yeah, evening, guys.
Leon,
evening,
how's
evening,
Good
Leon.
evening, Leon.
Hi, Leon. I asked you guys a question like, what's happening? What happened yesterday?
It's just the
The
topics,
topics, the
Vanessa.
topics in the past few days have
Yesterday,
me
yesterday
almost
it
turning
was
into a.
war. Yesterday,
I'm not. You know how I'm
Star
not a
Wars.
feminist. You know how I'm not a feminist, or I don't identify as part of the groups. But after
Uh,
the topics from last night, Shem, I'm gonna turn into a misandrist.
Thank God I was not here. I would be the enemy
Yesterday
of.
it was the Madlanga Council. We had the Madlanga Council here.
Oh,
No.
guys,
Actually, there was
no.
no motivation for me to ever want to get back into the dating scene ever again in my life.
Yeah.
Like,
What about, I was just telling Ancient, what about Sunday night? We were getting heated at 12 o'clock. Night was going down. There the live ends.
I remember one of the, I think it was Sunday night, my battery just died. Yo,
We were
I
all
think I was
waiting
like,
and tapping and asking each other, what's going on?
yo, my
yeah,
battery just
Mr.
died.
Ancient and his battery.
My
Mr.
battery just
Ancient,
died.
please.
So I wasn't home early, and so by the time I got home, it was low. So I plugged it. Instead of it to be charging, it was draining. You know this those things that happen to your phone sometimes. And I'm
Yeah.
like, yo, guys, yo, I tried for hours. I just gave
I
up.
didn't try hard enough because it was late on Sunday night.
You did
It was
say,
just
even
getting into
Timakaso
it.
told me as well that dude, it's just getting heated.
You know, I love controversy. I love a healthy debate. I love what, ne? But when there's disrespect on the table, I
I was
lose
told,
it.
what was I told, Kenya? My brother's not a man.
Oh yes.
Yes, your brother's not a man.
I remember, I think I heard
Just
that one.
because
Because
he
he took
married a
another man's
woman.
child, why he's not a man? He's weak.
He's weak because he married a woman with a child. Yo,
Mm.
I was shooketh.
When
Kanya,
we tell you Putin was
Vanessa,
really-
you missed him.
You missed out
It's a
on
good
lot.
thing I was
Sunday
not
night
here,
I was
guys.
here when Georgie was being told that her brother's not a man. I was right here and I'm like, yo, okay.
It is a good thing I was not here. Guys, what happened? Hey, Kuningi was.
Hello, Chloe. Hello, Nati.
I think you guys look at and I think in Hayunati, I think you guys look at the topics and then you decide, for the sake of my peace, let me keep moving.
You know, I didn't even get in Ancient Lives yesterday and the day before. And
No,
I'll tell you why.
the thing is, every time there's these controversial lit topics, you guys are nowhere to be seen.
Lalela, the reason I haven't been checking even the conversations is because I don't want to be tempted. You understand? I don't want temptation to creep up on me because I know myself. And hey, guys, I cannot be on Ancient's live fighting with people. It's a lot. The other day, like,
Legacy was jabbed because her brother's not a man. There were other people deciding to even try and age shame. Like, it was just weirdness happening around.
that last time I was on Ancient's
What
live.
was the topic? Hi guys. What was even the topic?
So Kanya, the last time I was on this live, ke bulela motho hore ke product ya one night stand, and I was like, guys, this is really throwing
What
me out
was
of
even
character.
the topic?
Angazi, I wasn't here yesterday.
Yeah, when at low, it was a lot. It was everywhere, darling. It was, yay. I can't even tell you anymore what the actual topic at hand was, but yay, men were attacking women like crazy, talking about what horrible people women are. That wasn't even on the topic, but yay. I don't know why they don't date each other, honestly speaking. They should, but you know, they
Mara,
refuse.
I'm sure you stood firm.
No, I did until like I was saying to
Kira, I'm
Mr.
sure you
Ancient.
stood firm.
You know I do. You know I always do. But now my only issue is when moderating
Right.
to say
Sorry,
time
hi
to
guys.
bring back the peace.
So sorry. Guys.
Hello, Nati.
Hi, Unat.
How are you? I hope everyone is good. I
Good
hope
and
everyone is good.
you.
Just to answer, I think what Ukenya is saying about people hating women and him. It's so sad because I was also on a live, and most of the time I'm always being attacked by women. You understand? So yeah, I just hope this time is just going to be a different chat without like women always attacking each other. So I'm just
Can
going to
you
go
see the
mute,
topics
but
on the
I'm
board, Unati?
listening to the part.
Unati, can you see the topics on the board?
Yeah, today it's not a
Hey,
No, I just
the
want
issue
to
of
say
land, guys, it will always
But where was
remain.
it will go back to
we are
women. I'm
talking
telling
it
you,
will
about?
go back to women.
somebody's gonna
Well,
talk about the evilness of women.
Yeah.
You can see this topic has not got nothing to do with relationships or anything. But I'm telling you, if we have our faithful panelists, the ones that hate women, I'm telling you.
Guys, can I
we
tell
tell
you
you.
something? This thing Ancient brought to the board with Labola. Then it was a Labola battle. It even got to the point where now women were being blamed for Labola. And why women must start paying men the Labola because women are not submissive and they need to be owned and controlled. Then
As
last
if
night
they
it
are
got to
submissive.
woo! It got to
And they
what
said
was it
that
about
a
last
woman
night?
with children shouldn't receive, they shouldn't get paid
Yes.
lobola for. That's where Georgie's brother's character got assassinated.
Got assassinated because virginity is the thing. Ooh, And then last night it was about the surnames. The women can now take the man can now take the woman's surname, and also the fact that men have maternity leave now. Yeah, they don't like it, but they don't want to accept that they have lost the fight.
Imagine we go into the labor ward. You carry this kid 9 months. You go into the labor ward, and then you are told you can't even stay with your kid 3 months because you have to share it with this person who is possibly not even going to be there.
Yeah.
I swear.
But that rule must be looked
no
into
matter
because it
that
must
one is
only
not
be for
fair.
present
I.
dads.
Yes. And there must be a log sheet where the woman
No,
Yes.
signs or
but like
something.
maternity leave for somebody.
I promise you that's been
I
passed in the
don't get that one.
constitutional court. When was it passed? On Monday?
But I think it's fair. I honestly think it's a beautiful law if the father is present.
Yes.
And if it can be controlled to see how to prove that the father's going to be present, because I feel like it's reckless to just pass that law without any
Proof.
without anything to back it up, basically, to
Exactly.
make sure that these fathers become present, because I feel like it would encourage a lot more fathers to be present, but there needs to be something holding them to it, in the same way as when a woman claims things like your UIF and stuff. You need proof that the baby exists. You need, all the mad
Yeah.
stuff that you need.
It's
The
fine. Then we
gynae.
don't give them.
Mara,
Then we don't give them the
with the
birth
present
certificates.
fathers.
No, there
No,
must
Mara,
be a
besides with the
gynae log
present
sheet to
fathers, they'll
say
be there, but will they be present? Nah, that's the question. They'll be there, but will they be present? Or but they'll be like, it's my leave days.
That's now your
This is
discernment there with your partner.
So,
but
guys, the
South
other
Africa
day,
enforcement of the law, it's not even strong like that. Why would they be firm with this kind of thing?
badlala diketo mo ka di-laws. Now it's who's got ekare ba betcha monopoly kapo they betting on cards or if you win you pass this law yeah we'll go for your law. No, if you win then I suka ekare
Yeah, I also think
Guys,
that it's not properly
tapping,
thought
please,
out,
can we
man.
keep tapping till we reach 10K likes, then we get into the conversation? Trust me,
hey
I'm gonna be away for 2 minutes.
Kanya
Yeah, they're not thought out. You're right,
I'll
George.
be
They're
Yeah,
not.
they're not
back.
thought out properly. Because at the
Kanya.
end of the day, how do you just pass rules like that? And I mean, do you know I've been asked to do a survey or to ask to put your input in? I don't know, seriously.
Anyway, guys, Mina, I'm gonna leave you in a bit.
Where are you going to
Kanya,
leave?
one of the no controversy, and we don't align anymore, guys.
No, we need you here. They've been slaying us
No,
left,
no,
right,
you
and
guys
center.
don't need me here. You've got this. I trust you. I trust you. I know y'all got this.
What?
So one of the other reasons I came in the last time and left was because when I got in, you won't believe who was the moderator. The man with the face cut on 100. And I was like, Ayabona manjo face cut, I'm moderating, I can't. Kanya, you know what I'm talking about. It's like, no, face cuts, I can't.
What happened there now?
Hey,
Ancient
Oh,
Kanya
Kanye's
knows,
situation.
I'll tell you.
Oh, you
Huh?
guys had a difference between the two of you.
No, there's
Well,
a
like
guy who
direct us. Direct us.
okay. What's about Konjeke in this movie? Oh, I'm
Guys,
trying
let's
to
keep
remember.
tapping. Let's keep tapping. We'll start the conversation at 10K. Let's keep tapping, guys.
And you earn 1K
Um,
at this time.
yeah, we're
Guys,
still on 1K, so let's keep
Michelle
tapping.
kita ubulela hore ke mang le Georgie, I'll tell you who it is.
Okay.
But hey, Mina, I gotta bounce, guys. Let me love and leave you.
Nice seeing you around. Don't be so
I just
scarce,
came
man.
to greet. You'll guys see me after 3 months. I'll join the live after 3 months. I'll join it after Kanya's maternity leave.
Sure. Now we must be punished like this anyway. We'll catch you on the high roads
No,
of
you're not being
TikTok.
punished, man. Sometimes you need to relax. Hey, I'm becoming popular for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, no, but you know, the
Sitting
other
on a
day, when
wall.
was it? Sunday morning, actually, I was on Q's live. You know, Q. And they were talking about dress code. The one was the friend had asked the girlfriends to dress up covered because the husband was going to be at this bride as well as his friends. And then the other one was a picture of a young woman that had like a cleavage showing, nice pretty dress and whatever. But you know, the shocking part is that there's women sitting there and degrading these other women. And I'm thinking, but why are we like this? Why are we degrading other women? Because since when are we now being policed by our bodies?
You know
It's like
what?
it's so crazy, man.
You know what, guys? To be quite honest, Ancient, the day you decide to have a topic that talks about indoctrinating children to sexual identification, I will join the live. I will gladly stay here the whole night.
Now the ancient
That
got a
is a
topic for the next when the
that is a
tomorrow.
topic we are not touching upon, and it's becoming a very, very serious issue. You've got people being kicked away from my for voicing their opinions about it, but there's other elements of it, like there's other parts of it that I feel are so serious, where they are indoctrinating our young children.
No,
Imagine
that
a young
is
child
so.
watching Coco Melon and seeing two men fathering a boy child wearing a girl's dress, and I'm supposed to be okay with that as a mother.
But didn't
So
they?
those are things.
What was it, Rachel? Is it Rachel? Didn't they ban that one?
What, Miss Rachel?
Miss Rachel, or who was it that they banned?
No, Miss Rachel's still fine. I don't know, but the day we have that
Yeah,
topic,
Vanessa.
that's the day I join.
Vanessa, you are right. You are right, because even there's this other story that trended the other month, I think, of Snoop Dogg when he went to the movies with his grandson, and they were watching Buzz Lightyear, and they had two mothers,
Oh yes, I
and
saw
the
that.
grandson was like, yeah, why do they have two mothers? And Snoop Dogg was like, I mean, I didn't know what to say to this child. Like, these people are putting stuff like, it's not that we're having an issue with it. It's just that something, that's sexuality. That's something that's not supposed to be in
They,
children's
they, they,
spaces.
they're
You know what
not
I'm
being
saying? Children
sensitive to
should just have
children.
normal.
They're
Yeah,
not being sensitive to children, yet
I
we
get
must be
your point.
sensitive to the adults. The
Yeah,
adults are not being sensitive to the children, but we must be sensitive to the adults. It's a double
absolutely.
standard that's very unfair, where we are violating the rights of children. Children are not being afforded the right to know themselves and say, okay, this is who I want to be. I want to be a lawyer or a police officer. Or why aren't we teaching them about professions, about business, about how to make money? Why are we teaching them about things that happen in the bedroom?
No, it's true.
Exactly.
Teenage life, post puberty. Like, why are we there? Why are we there? Like,
Why are we
it's
there?
a lot.
Yeah, no, it's
So
crazy. I just
the day you're gonna have that topic when ancient, let me know. I will go do my research and just keep my references even for those who want to see. I absolutely love people making their own choices at their own time. Do you, but don't force it on the rest of us.
All right, Vanessa, thank you very much. If you don't mind, you can leave that. You can leave that on my DM.
I
We already
sent
have. We
you.
already
I
have
sent you
topic.
a DM or WhatsApp, and
All right, I'll check it
I
now.
sent it to you. Check it.
Okay, we already have topic for the next. I think 1 week. What's on the board now is actually somebody's recommendation. But the questions are not. It's just they talked about land reforms and property ownership, and then the questions I I came up with. Yeah, I think we have
Mara
topics already for the next
No,
week.
not now, ancient. Not now. I'm not gonna be on lives for a bit, so it's not something that needs to happen this week or next week.
Oh, that's
You can
fine.
take your time with it, but just let me know before you do it so that I can be here for it.
All right, then, sure. Glow, what's in?
How are you, Ancient?
I'm here.
I've also taken. I was taking a mental break.
Is it?
Yeah.
When do I get to take a mental break, guys? When do I get to take a mental as the host?
Ancient, I don't know. Were you live the whole weekend? I didn't even see that you shared a live to me. Did you?
I was live. Okay, I wasn't live on was it Sunday? I
Sunday you
wasn't
were
live on.
live.
I
You
was live
went
on Sunday,
live.
ne? What's today? Yeah, I wasn't live on
Oh, it
Because
Saturday.
was
I didn't
Saturday.
see.
And yeah, Sunday I was live. Yesterday I was live as well. Yeah. So today's Monday.
Ancient, I had the worst experience. Let me tell you, I had the worst experience. That's the reason why I took a mental break. So, you guys, it was my first time eating a thing. What do they call these things? These cookies, man, space cookies.
Oh my word.
I
What
was about
cookies?
It was
to.
my first time eating it on Friday night. I think I slept from Friday until Sunday,
You
eating and waking up.
you
Oh wait, you
shall
ate space
learn.
cookies.
I ate, and you know what's crazy is that they gave me this space cookie. It's not even
Yeah.
like it's working this brownie. It's so
Yes.
big, and they told me that it's a lot. Don't take that. It's too much. It's too much. And I was like, no, no, no. I won't get high. I won't get high. Let me try it. Let me tell you, I slept from Friday, waking up and sleeping, waking up and for the
Yeah.
past 3 days.
I can relate to that. I
That's
missed out
so
on a Christmas
crazy.
day
Glow, we took
because
the
of
part.
that.
Nice. You
We
guys are
took
actually
the
Hello.
part,
doing
Glow.
moves.
It's so crazy. And the
You
whole
guys are.
time I was just crying and laughing, and it's so stupid. I'll never do it again.
Now I missed
You know
out
what?
one
And now
whole
I'm
Christmas day. One
and
whole
now I
Christmas
believe it.
day.
And now I believe when they say that when they people say that I was drugged, I don't remember anything. The reason why I'm saying that is because I was in a safe space. I was in my own apartment, and like they gave me that thing, and I was with women. So, but I don't remember half of the things that was happening. So I believe it when the people be like, I was drugged. I don't remember any. Like I don't
Yeah.
remember anything. I just remember bits and little bits of stuff and the videos that they took me when I was acting crazy.
Oh.
It's a mess. That like I will never eat that thing ever again in my life. Like it was crazy. When I saw the video, like I couldn't recognize myself. I couldn't move. I was just crawling everywhere. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, something else.
I don't smoke. That's the thing. I don't smoke. I've never smoked weed. I've never had that type of experience. And somebody told me because I've never had that, like my body was just in shock. I was literally crawling to the bathroom. It was so
Sorry,
crazy.
sorry, guys. I'm sure most of us here we have drank alcohol, but I'm not sure if certain people have taken cannabis, right? But with cannabis, I don't think it is as bad as alcohol because like alcohol blackout is quite intense compared to cannabis. Cannabis, like she said, she was laughing, she was crying. I think it's just a herb that helps you heal. Yeah, well.
No, it's actually
So
worse.
it shouldn't be like that. But that alcohol, guys, a blackout
Wait,
alcohol is
oh, you're
Unati.
saying what I ate is herbal or whatever.
I get it, man. In Tango, it's herbs, guys. Everyone
Yeah,
knows with its herbs.
it's
It's not
referred
like
to
a
as a
drug.
holy herb.
Else drugs are
Unati.
mostly like pills and what do we say? Like
No,
chemicals and
mara
Guys, we're
stuff.
so
alcohol
But
far
is
from
also
drinking.
the
We're
herb
so
is
far
just
from
gross. But a
drinking.
lot of people are saying, Corey, cannabis these days, people use like the spray and stuff to make it stronger, which is like, okay. But compared to alcohol, spirit is it's completely different from a spirit that used to be drank back then. Yeah, even
So
the after
Unati,
effects is quite intense.
no, no,
what
mara. I
you
prefer
experienced,
alcohol. I don't wanna lie. After eating
what
this
what
thing,
Glow experienced was similar to a person taking sleeping tablets, an overdose of sleeping tablets,
Yeah.
or an overdose of anxiety medication. You understand? So that's
Yeah.
why her body reacted that way. And if that's how she
But
reacted,
I'm
that
just
means that
telling her
was
it's
bad.
safer. I think it's way safer because even with sorry, Gungen Imlomen, but with even with like you see the medication that you just like mentioned right now, they're still not healthy for the system. But we're just using it because so teeny.
May I
But
finish?
I
May I
think
land?
cannabis is much more like safer. So she mustn't feel paranoid. She mustn't feel like, oh, what happened? No, 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 no. It's part of it. And
no,
people
I'm
who
just
take
I'm just
cannabis,
saying,
especially
Hore.
Amarasta. Let's look at Amarasta for instance. They very like on a different level. You understand? They've
I'm just
never
saying
been
that the feeling of
yo. They like
I'm
yo.
sorry, I'm sorry,
So
I'm sorry. I'm just saying that the feeling
I'm
of
just someone is saying
not being able to control.
remembering it's
Yes, I'm just
something.
saying the feeling of not. I'm just saying the feeling of not controlling my body. That fact alone was just making me go crazy. Like I couldn't. I wanted to it's a feeling, man. Like I want to move, but I
Yeah,
can't
it's not a
move.
nice feeling,
It's a bad
but
feeling. I hated that feeling. That's why I was crying all the time because I want to stand up, but I can't stand up. And I'm like so upset at myself. Like, why can't you do something? Why
yeah.
can't you go to this place? Like, it's so frustrating. I don't understand it. And I don't get why people would like that feeling. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I
It's a
think it's
bad
just your body
feeling.
reacting to
So
it. Because
so
even other
Glow.
people,
What?
this is the situation. Insang is not for everyone. If an Anujoal is not for everyone. You understand? So, oh, sorry. So yeah,
What?
Ujoal is not for
What
everyone.
did you
Insang
have?
is not for everyone.
What did you have?
I had a space cookie, but it was a muffin.
Ah, come on. You cannot have a space cook and want to wander about the place. You just need to relax.
No, I wanted to go to
But
the
she was at
bathroom.
her own
How was I supposed to go
space.
to the
No,
bathroom?
no, no. She wasn't wandering about. She had a space cookie which completely crushed her system, and she just wanted to
Was it the
spend
first
the
time?
whole. Yes,
Yes.
that's why she
Yes,
reacted
that's why
that
I'm
way.
talking about it.
But even if it's the
Yeah,
first time,
yeah.
that was too intense. Even for a
Yeah,
first time,
Yeah, I
that
Vanessa,
think
was
you're right.
too
Because
that's
they
intense.
very
told me,
true.
"Gore, that's a lot. For his first
Yeah,
time
that was
feeling,
Yeah,
they
too
told
because
me.
intense.
I get there's also measurements, guys. So people avakali listen to they just put, and when you just eat, and like, there's a certain process
Yeah,
that
and
you
I
have
No,
to
ate
put
it. It
in
was so
front
no.
of.
delicious. I
I
was
know
eating it like,
we just
I was,
racking a fella. So maybe that's why
but that feeling is intense.
Milwaukee
Guys, my
reacted
eyes were
the
so
way
red
But
when I woke up in the
thing.
morning. When I woke up in
Well,
the morning, it's like they
listen,
hit me in the face.
Flo,
Yes.
it was your first time. It was your first time having that. I
It
remember
was,
when I had cannabis tea. There was a fire in a bush near my workplace, so we had to go and switch off that fire or fight the fire. So one of the ladies told me that because she saw that I was actually not well due to the smoke, I inhaled a lot of smoke. So she said I must take cannabis tea, but I must not take a lot of it. So I took cannabis tea the first time, and Yeah, it was a bit good, and I had to take it for like 3 days. And on the third day, I did just a little bit of overdose. I don't want to lie to you. I saw walls coming in on me. They were all just closing down on me.
You know, guys, I don't
And then
get
I
high
laid
with
on the
weed.
bed and I felt as if the bed was floating, you understand? So whenever it's your first time, or even if it's the first week or the first month, your body has to get you used to this thing. So you'll experience a lot of dilemmas. But just make sure that you don't
I
overdose the
was
first time
crawling
around.
to the bathroom. Why are you telling my feet? I didn't feel my legs. I was crawling to the bathroom, like literally crawling to the bathroom, like crying to the
Yeah.
bathroom. It was so insane. Like that's so crazy. I don't understand it. Like
No, we're just
it's a
glad you're
feeling I'll never
okay.
forget. Honestly.
Flo, I'm glad you're okay. Guys, let me love and leave you and make space for more people. I will see you guys like this. Come in, greet, go. Autisha, hi, Unatili. You guys enjoy the
So, no,
topic.
Mama
I'll probably
Yabo,
come
Unja.
in later to see
Okay,
what happened
Vanessa.
with me.
Talk
I'm
to you
Okay,
good,
but
later.
this
Autisha.
topic, I think the topic is very
I am
important.
good.
And
Are you leaving because
then
of
if we
me?
don't talk about the topic, it'll be a pointless because the topic is very powerful, Sham.
Wait, Unati. I'm still talking to Mama Yabo.
Now, Chloe,
Mama
I
Yabo.
also had the same experience. I felt like screaming and crying. I think it's a release of emotions. But I had that fear that I was gonna die. I don't know why you always have that fear. So now my greatest fear is even if I do scream for help, people will wanna know why am I like this. And if I told them that I overdosed cannabis tea, obviously they won't take me seriously. They might even leave me like that. So I felt helpless and I just swallowed
No,
up my
I think
emotions. And hey, when I woke up in the morning,
yeah,
I felt
the
so
reason
good for
why
the whole week.
I think the reason why
Guys,
you
we're
I
still
think
very
it's
far from 10K. That's not nice, man. We've been here for how long now? Guys,
now
30
I'm
minutes.
getting ancient.
What's 10K?
I think it's the heartbeat. You know your heartbeat beats faster when you just smoke. Like my heartbeat, I felt like it was coming out. I felt like I was having a heart attack.
Yeah,
I'm
and it's
looking
more
at my
powerful.
watch and then my heart is just like 140 like it's so crazy to me. I'm looking at my watch while I'm busy telling my friends like I'm having a heart attack. Look at my watch. You
No,
know
it's
what?
not a
It's
heart
fine. It's fine.
attack.
It's fine. Let's stick
Just
to
don't
the
overdose next
topic.
time.
Guys,
I'm not
tap,
gonna smoke
tap,
it. I'm
tap,
not gonna
tap.
eat that thing anymore.
Tap the screen, guys.
I'm not even gonna eat it anymore. But I'm gonna cook it for other people. I'm gonna bake it for other
Yeah,
people.
you will have it.
I literally am gonna host a bunch of people and bake it and have it in the food just to see their
Yeah.
reaction.
You know, like I said,
Cause mine was insane.
the first time when I had cannabis tea was to somehow try to excrete the smoke effects from my system, from my lungs. But when I made research, I discovered that it helps a lot with regulating your mood, and you know there are a lot of benefits. And I started taking it, but with precaution, and it helped me a lot, especially with anger issues and stuff like that. And it's easy for
So
you
that's
to manage
powerful.
your emotions. Yeah, cannabis tea, trust me, it's the best.
Nakampan, I'll stick to my chamomile tea. I'm not doing cannabis anymore. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm okay.
You're not
I'm okay.
you're
I
not
don't wanna
you're not
Unati. I woke up.
Rainbows.
Unati, let me tell you, I woke up and my face was so swollen. My eyes were so red. And like I'm like, who is this person in the mirror? Like I know.
Yeah.
that's the new
I
you.
was so
That's the new
hungry.
you.
I ate a whole like I was so hungry. Like I ate like a
No,
whole I don't know, like it's so crazy.
here's the
But like
thing.
I
Like
You
I
said,
need
ate
I
a
to.
lot of
prefer
pasta,
cannabis
like I
than
was so
alcohol.
hungry.
Some alcohol, you become unconscious of half of the things that you do. Whereas with cannabis, you become more conscious and it helps you with your health. So
Cannabis is the best.
it's the best, Shem. So whoever has their disagreement is like fighting something that God created. It's a plant that has been used for centuries of years. So I it's always like, eh, Luna, hunting's just
Where's Kanya?
a
But
better option than alcohol.
the best
Kanya.
feeling with cannabis is when the
It's
when the
it's
boat is
10K,
floating, when
guys,
the bed
but
is
let's
Ancient,
floating,
it's 10K.
Kanya.
Namara, I
when the
prefer alcohol. I don't want to lie, guys.
when the bed is floating. I
Uh,
swear to God, it's the greatest feeling ever.
Kanya is matching.
Okay, so are we
Good
stopping
evening,
at
ladies.
10K or
We can carry on tapping,
No,
but
you
the
keep tapping, but we're
conversation is
starting the
supposed to
topic.
start at 10K. But you can carry
oh
on tapping.
perfect.
Okay, fine.
Oh yeah, oh
I
that's
will.
perfect.
It's fine. I will start. I will start. I will moderate in the meantime. Oh, I'll tune your moderator. You can moderate. It's
No,
fine.
let's start with
Yeah,
the
you can
topic before
moderate, it's
Kanya.
fine, Shan.
Let's
Good
start
evening,
before
ladies
Kanya
and
gets back.
gentlemen.
Okay, guys. So
So we're
I
starting now
hope
at
you're
9.
well this evening. My name is
Yeah, because when
Autisha.
Kanya gets back, you know it's gonna be war.
Okay.
My name is Autisha. I just want to set some ground rules so that we don't step in on each other's toes. I just want to share with
Thank
you
you.
this evening the house rules of this live. Rule number 1, everyone's opinion is valid. Respect the other person's opinion and they respect yours. Rule number 2, you do not interrupt a person when they are speaking. If you have a question or query, you wait for them to finish speaking and then you can voice your question or query. And then lastly, we do not allow derogatory terms on this panel. So words like calling men trash or words like stupid or foolish or any violent word which might seem disrespectful or derogatory, we don't allow it on this panel. Please be polite in your language and make sure that you are considerate of the other person's feeling. Should you fail to follow these 3 laws, you will be dropped for the panel. There won't be a warning issued, you'll just see yourself removed. So I would like to ask you that these are the house rules. As Arteshap and Mr. Ancient and everyone else on this panel, we expect you to abide by these rules. If you feel like you don't agree with those rules, you are free to leave the panel right now. But until then, let's have a civil conversation and engage each other meaningfully and in a civil manner. Thank you very much. Glo will be moderating for us
thank
tonight.
you. I have a question.
Glo will be moderating for us tonight. I'll just be assisting there and there because I'm a man. But she's the one who's going to take the lead today under my leadership. So let's allow her to exercise her power as a lady. And please, let's show her the respect that she deserves. Glo, it's all up to you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Altisha. Hi everybody. I hope everybody is good. Where do I start? Unati, I heard that you were passionate and you were, yes. So I'm gonna start with you on this topic
Okay.
for you to take us
Yes.
through. Yes, you can start with
Okay.
Is it the first question? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the first question, but I will go to the second bullet, not the first one, and so that when I get to the first bullet, it will make sense. I don't know if I'm making sense.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
I forgot a very important part of the second rule. Ne? That question or query that you have, please raise your hand in the comment section so that you can be recognized as soon as the person is finished speaking. Don't just open your mic and interrupt the person. Yeah. All right,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, let's have a civil engagement. And then if you get angry, ne? But don't get angry on top of us. Thank you.
Mara, it's okay for me to say some men are trash, okay?
No, it's not okay. It's not okay. We don't
Yeah,
use
like let's not.
derogatory terms on this
That's why I
panel.
was saying
You
today,
don't
like
call
that you
anyone
stay
trash, you
correct.
don't call anyone stupid, you don't call anyone foolish.
Let's
You
not
don't call
fight.
anyone, yes.
I wanna this week. Let's start off in a good
No,
week
Mara,
because every
some men
week,
are
and
trash.
if you
Glo, that
okay.
language is not allowed on this panel. Please correct your language.
Oh, Amara, I'm talking about my
No,
personal
don't say
experience.
awa.
I'm
I
not
am
talking
telling
about
you to
you.
correct your language, Chloe. Yes, we're not gonna use that
Oh,
language here.
Amara, there is some men I trust, not
No, don't
you.
say awa. I'm telling you, correct your language. We don't use derogatory terms on this panel. That is the third law.
An-
So please
Ancient will
adjust your
protect me, but that's neither here nor there. Unati,
please
you
adjust
can
your mind and
continue,
your
my dear
attitude
one.
and make sure that you follow these
But some
rules.
men I
Okay.
We
Okay.
all right,
So now I stay in the
Unati, this is your
time
chance.
guys.
Blow us away.
I don't think the topic that we will be having today. Sorry to cut you off, Nat. I don't think that the
Yeah.
topic that you are having today has to do with gender. Honestly, I don't. So I'm not expecting
Thank
to hear any
you.
words like men are trash, guys. Come
And
Guys,
women are
I'm
trash. Like
trolling. Honey,
no
why
woman,
is it
there's no
sense
men
of
No,
trash
guys?
Glo,
here.
I'm
Glo,
trolling.
Glo, that is enough.
I'm
That is enough.
trolling.
We
Why
want
is
to
the
start the
sense of you?
conversation. No, Glo, please mute your mic and let
No,
Unati
I was
speak.
just trolling out
No,
Kesha.
no, no, no,
No, I was
no. That
trolling
is
you out
enough.
Kesha,
Please,
to be specific.
yes.
But
No,
no,
that is enough.
relax, man. Go and take a space, cool.
Okay, guys, let
No,
me start.
Go and take a
please mute your
space,
mic
cookie, and
and
relax.
mute your mic and give Unati an
Michelle.
opportunity to speak. Yes.
Rapa, I'm a moderator. Don't forget.
I am
But
telling you to please adjust your attitude. Your position doesn't scare me.
Guys, come
I'm
it's
not
eating.
adjusting
It's
anything.
getting
I'm not
naughty
doing
talk,
anything
for
please.
to
both of us,
Glow,
like, a lot of people just
Glow,
be
sit the
quiet.
example. Unati, can you speak, please?
Allow Unati to speak, please.
Okay, thank you.
Give Unati a chance.
So the
Unati,
topic is
this
very
is your chance.
important. You know why the topic is more than important about? It's so important because it's affecting us on a daily basis. The fact that they were talking about land, that's when I actually got into the panel. Because we always check these conversations, and these conversations are very important to us too, especially as the youth, right? Not just the youth, but as the people. The fact that our African laws, mostly South African laws, are still under the UK laws. The fact that the land issue is still under the UK law, that's why we are so cramped in so much township spaces. Ibe ngathi asifuni ukuphangela, ibe ngathi, yeah, we love living in these conditions. No one likes poverty. For example, I was unfairly dismissed, and there was a panel that I got into. I think it was the EFF people. I thought I was going to get help, but instead I got backlash because of I asked the honest question, Bana, where do I get the money for me to go and do all these things, right? And now I'm in this rate of being the youth that is unemployed because of the corruption that is happening within our government system. So the fact that I even reported a criminal crime in Mount Road police station, they haven't even answered my email till today about the company that I opened a case against them after they fraudulently, like, as umuntu maka-fraud signature is something that is so painful. So we are not in this state because of South Africans which we don't want to work or it's the circumstances that are making it so difficult for us. For you to even own land or even own a house, when as woman it's not easy for you to get a house. Uzohlala emikukwini, uzohlala emikokyombeni until you probably, I don't know, get whatever is a cooper in that state that you are in for you to get a house, right? But the land issue, kunomhlaba so kunomhlaba omningi, and the fact that we are not, it's not in our hands in the. It's not just, oh, okay, everyone will be given 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, okay. So the sad part is that we keep talking about these conversations. Not that the government is not aware. They're fully aware. With abantu abamnyama, they don't have land. Abantu abamnyama, they don't have houses. Like, they're fully aware. So we are always, I just pray with this season and this year, things have to change for Tina Bantu Bamnyama, because the government, not that they don't know, they know. They'll say we must ask ourselves these questions. We keep asking these same questions, but we're not taking actions when we're supposed to be taking actions. 24th September, apparently there was supposed to be a national shutdown, but no one did anything. And I know it was not going to pass because the government will try by all means. The people must not have a voice, because the minute we start having a voice, we start speaking up of our own rights. My right was I was unfairly dismissed because of my traditional beliefs. Imagine I reported this to the CCMA, to the Labour, to even Mount Road police station just for my case to be heard. I'm in this state because of unfairness, of corruption. You understand? So no one loves to stay in poverty. No one loves to not have land. No one loves to not have a house. Now I would love to have acres and acres of houses. But these businesses, we're not even going to use a racial issue, because every time we talk about race, is apartheid era. But the people who have benefited with the land issues and the housing issues, they know themselves. But it's in abantu abamnyama, it's like no one cares. No one cares. We are overpopulated Alexander. And now they're going to put it on black hate, which black on black people must always fight and kill each other. Even now when we are overly populated because of foreigners. These conversations keep happening. But the main issue is that we don't have land. Because if we had land, I don't think we were all going to be in one spot to just better ourselves or to get a better life. No. The sad part is that when we always ask for unity, we ask, Uti, can the Africans' laws be changed for the African people? We're not saying, Uti, if we're going to say foreign people, everyone must go back to where they come from. Africa is big, and Africa is for Africans in Tokala. And the fact that it has not gotten to African people, that Africa is for Africans, and that we're all suffering as African people, is quite sad. But now we will not realize the powers that we have until we unite, because when they did whatever they did, they impassively, because they divided and conquered. So it's up to us do we unite and ask for a new law for the African people, so that these things, they don't happen. We don't become in the state mainly because of the future generation. Because Tina, if angeke silwe njengabo Steve Biko nabo Mamwini and all these legendary heroes who fought, and still it's like they fought for nothing, because we're still in this state as Africans. It's quite sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Unati. Thank you so much for your submission. Leon, you can submit. It's your turn. Leon, are you there? Okay, Outie. Got Leon is not there. I don't know if I should go to Outie, then submit,
Can you skip
and
me?
then
I'll come in after the next person. Sorry, just pass me for now.
I think we should give Unati another chance. She didn't answer the question.
Okay, what was the question? Uguti, if
If you
we
had the
had the
chance to
chance
get a
to get
property as part of your
property of
DA
land
reform,
farm, and would you prefer a farm to start a business, or a house in a city or township where your family was originally from? I'd rather have land. And whether it's for business purpose, at least it will benefit me and the African
all right,
people.
Unati,
Yes.
I'm gonna
Okay.
give you another 5 minutes to answer the question, right?
Okay.
Yes, because ke out Shapo, I am going to give you another chance of. So I'm gonna give you another 5
Okay.
minutes.
Please, can I put my daughter down so that I can go outside and then ngikwazi ukukhuluma kahle, please? So
All
I'm
right,
gonna
please
mute. Please don't remove
please.
me in the pan, and maybe we can go
All right. Please
Gozini.
give a special kiss from out Shop. All right. Go. Unjani baf? Ugozini. Yeah, man. What is your view on the first question? Would you prefer a farm to start a business, or a house in the city or township where your family is originally from?
I want my.
We can hear you, my guy. Where goes?
I want money. I don't want land.
You want money, you don't want land. Why is that? Why do
My
you want
network
money
is
and not
bad,
land?
my brother.
All right, please mute for a bit, go to a better space, and then we'll come back to you.
Yes, because I believe money will work more in my land. What am I gonna do? If I have a piece of land, what am I? Oh, okay. All right.
Are you done? All right, Georgie. Wait, this is this Georgie?
Yes, it's Legacy Georgie, whatever you want to call me. How are you, Outie?
I'm handsome, and you?
Okay, I'm good looking. Listen, so my take on this is that I think for me, I think it depends where I am at the moment in my life, right? So because I've got land already, I would then, yeah, for me, I think it's a bit of a tricky one because I think because of my age, I've managed to work for my house and I've got land, obviously. But if it had to come to a preference, I would definitely take the land that I can produce from, that I can build on, that I can have a legacy for my family, for my kids, for my grandkids. Because I think it's crucial that, especially in a country like South Africa, that we are equipped with self-sustaining. And that comes from being able to grow your crops, have your animals and things to feed from, because we've seen what the climate is in terms of electricity and water. So if you can self-sustain in this country, it would really be beneficial to you. I think we are not in a good position when it comes to housing, especially to self-sustain. Certain people are privileged with gardens and that, where they can grow their vegetables and some fruit in that. But if you look at the housing that has been offered of late, it is townhouse complexes, and so you don't really have that garden or that yard, and those that do are privileged enough to have that. And yeah, I wouldn't, if I would be offered that over and over again, I wouldn't opt for a house. I would rather opt for farmland where I could build a house and I could also self-sustain. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your opinion. Let's welcome our queen, the daughter of the panel. Is one of the most high, the gorgeous lady herself, the one whose looks outsmarts every other person. The glow, the lady, the myth, the legend, Shamsi herself. Shamsi, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good, and you?
I'm fine, thank you. Welcome back. We missed you as a panel.
I find that hard to believe, but okay.
Shamsi, we missed you as a panel.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I don't know what to say when people say such things. Yo.
Yeah, our greatest desire was to engage without you, but in memory we were able to discuss you. But anyways, what's your view on the first question?
Okay. Land reform. Oh, me, I do not know about land much, but I think I'm gonna answer that one. Would I prefer being a farmer to start a business or a house in a city? In a township. I think what brings more money now is house in townships, because a lot of people move from places to places due to jobs. So I think I would do that. But also thinking of vegetation in South Africa, like, it's bad. The last time I checked, like, it was really bad. So this is a tough question, and it needs someone who actually is very, very, deep into economy and stuff, who knows a lot about this. But I think I would definitely take the house, because from what I've seen with my mom, she brings a lot of money in the house because we are kashisa. So I think I'd follow in her footsteps because like a lot of people are homeless and a lot of people leave their homes to find jobs and all those things. So I think it's gonna be an easy way to make money actually, because also I realize even students, they live like far, like me, I'm from KZN, originally from KZN, but I'm in the Eastern Cape and I needed a place to stay. And then after, obviously, NSFAS funded me. So thank God I found a place and stuff. So I believe houses are more needed, but also food. You know, it's like I'm stuck. But we have farms and everything, although it's not enough. But like, I think people need houses more. But now, for me, I think I'll just choose houses. Yeah, I think I'm overthinking this. I'm just gonna pick houses. Yeah.
You know, I'm fascinated by people who think out loud. Like, yo, that's so beautiful. I love myself. Like people who think out
But with
loud.
people
Like,
who
yes, Shamsi.
I confuse people with that. Do you know that? Like a lot of people that are around me, like my peers, they don't like the fact that I think out loud, and cause I'm an overthinker. Now that I'm thinking out loud, overthinkingly, like it's confusing because people don't know what am I actually choosing. Then am I choosing houses, or am I choosing a farm? Cause
Well,
yes, both of
Shamsi.
them are needed, but which one am I choosing?
Well, Shamsi, if no one has ever told you, I just want to tell you now. I think that's absolutely beautiful. Like thinking out
Thank
loud
you.
is one of the best and wisest things you can do because you can hear your own thoughts. So I think it's beautiful. Glo? Oh, before we go to Glo, let's welcome the myth. Let's welcome Slim G on the panel. Welcome, Slim G. Glo? When you know it's ready, but oh, ready, but
What home? What home?
where is ready, but Glo?
What home?
I can go after Chloe, guys, unless if maybe she
Yes.
allows me to start. I don't know.
All right.
No, you can start. Sorry. Why can you
No, that was a
Leon, you
rhetorical
can talk.
question. That was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, that's why I feel like Yara because
Yes.
But it's fine. Leon, you can go, Leon.
Flo, we want to hear your opinion.
Mara Akire Leon was before me. Now he's fine.
Flo,
No,
I'm
you
giving you a
can go.
chance.
I'll go
I'm
after
giving
you.
you a
It's your
chance to
chance.
talk. Leon is a patient man.
Okay, land reform and property ownership. Okay. If you had a chance to get a property as part of land reform, would you prefer a farm to start a business or a house in a city or a township? Well, I'm not really a farm girl, so I would go with the city and even a township. Like property for me, it's where the money is. I feel like farming needs a lot of experience, and especially if I start it now, I feel like it's gonna need a lot of work and a lot of like people who know more about agriculture than me. I don't know anything about that kind of thing. But property, you buy property, you rent it out, you buy it, you renovate it, you sell it. They call those things working when you buy a property and then you turn you turn it into like something different and then you sell it at a higher price. Those kind of things. For me, if I had a chance to get like land to build or to farm, I would build. And that's just it. I mean, farming, it sounds nice. It sounds like interesting, but I feel like it's a lot of work and it's something that people should be passionate about. Maybe you went to school for it and then you were like, okay, this is what I love. It's not something that you could just out of nowhere just me like this. I never did. I did safety. And then all of a sudden I want to get into farming. I don't think it will work out, but I think the safer route for me if I was to get land is to build property. Yeah. Oh, I still have
You
50
still have,
seconds.
yes, you still have 50 seconds.
Yeah. That's just my 2 cents. I feel like farming, even though I wanted to ask the Unati when she was here about when we say we are fighting for land, which are we talking about the land that is already taken by the white men, or are we talking, because in the village those people already have land? Because I from where I come from in my village, there's land that is from my grandfather's place, and it's very big, it's huge.
Where's your
So I
village,
want to
Glow?
know which, when we,
Please tell us the village.
it's in Guyana somewhere.
Oh, Guyana. All right. Thank you very much, Glow. Leon?
Evening, everyone. Land reform versus property ownership. I'll just go straight to the point. I would prefer property ownership over land reform. What is this? A farm in order to start what is this? 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 Would you prefer a farm to start a business? I honestly believe that with regards to starting a farm, that actually requires a lot of dedication, credentials, as well as skills in order for one to actually manage a farm. I've worked in a farm where there were managers of a different color, opposite to that of my own, and they never had that experience of managing a farm, to a point that the general workers, which were of my color, had more experience in running or managing a farm. So I think that requires a lot of dedication. It requires one, either myself or a family member, to pursue a certain career path, or to go to a certain university to acquire those skills and credentials that would allow one to actually manage or to run a farm. So this is why I actually go with property ownership. I mean, you can turn your property into a guest house. If there are any historical monuments near that property, you can turn it into a guest house. You can also you can turn it into a crash, or you can also put it on lease where people can rent. So you can make money. You can start a lot of small businesses in your house, you understand? So with farms, it requires a lot of work, and it requires dedication, proper connections, because if you go for these illegal things, then definitely you will get into trouble. So I'm not going to use the entire 5 minutes. You can just cut me off when I'm done. I'm going with property ownership for now. I don't feel that as people within the republic, a majority of us have the necessary dedication to actually own a farm or a land that is big. If one person was to own a land that can be so big that you can actually feed them all in it, I don't think they would have good intentions with that land. So we first need to educate ourselves before we can actually have such privileges given to us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Mr. Leon, you still had 2 minutes, but it's fine. Wow. To those of you who say property, right? I actually
Can
disagree.
you ask questions on the
Slim
2
G's here.
minutes, Leon? No, I'm saying got 2 minutes, Leon. Can we just rebuttal Nyan until his 2 minutes is finished?
Are you
That's just a
asking me?
suggestion.
Are you asking me? Or are you telling me?
Yeah, no, I just said it's a suggestion.
Oh, do you need my approval, or do you Is it
Oh,
rhetorical?
2 minutes later, Mara. I'm suggesting, or can we use the 2 minutes earlier on to rebuttal each other and ask questions?
I approve of your suggestion.
Dramatic ones. This was a mar. Anyway, I was saying that. What was I even saying? Oh, Timara. Oh, Tim.
You wanted to ask a question, Glo.
Yes, but I lost my train of thought.
I understand it
I, I,
happens.
I, I don't, I don't honestly think a lot of us can actually rebuttal any of our viewpoints because we all agreed on property ownership. Maybe if there was someone who said, okay, I want a farm, I want to start a farm, a business, then maybe we could rebut.
Oh
But if
yeah,
we are
no,
all
I
falling
wanted
on
to
the same
say.
side,
Okay. I wanted to say, or like, there was this. Are we as Black people? Are we trusted enough to get like to do something that big? I mean, I'm not saying anything about like I'm not being weird, but I'm just saying, Gori, there was this incident in Zanin, right? There was this land where before the white people were farming tea. And then the people there, they fought for the land, fine, they got it. And then the land now is just dead. People
It's not
lost their
dead.
jobs and stuff. Huh?
It's not dead. It was poisoned.
It was poisoned.
Yes.
What do you
By
mean it was
whom?
poisoned? The land was poisoned.
Yes.
The land is growing. The tea is still growing. It's just not managed. It's not anything. What I'm saying is these people, they fought for that land. Very
Yes.
big land in Zanin. You are close to there. You know the place.
Yes, I do.
They gave them the land back. What happened with that type of with the jobs the people had and everything that was going on there, the tea that was being produced? Cause I passed there the other day when I was going home. It's just a jungle. There's nothing happening there. So elaborate when you say they poisoned the place.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Slim J a chance, and then we're going to have a chance to rebut. Slim
No,
J,
you're not gonna dismiss me like that.
I will still have Slim. She hasn't said a thing. I think we're
let's
supposed to
give
give
him
him a chance
and
before we
then
rebut.
before we rebut. Slim J, are you there? Slim?
So can
All right, we're going to give you
yes,
5
can
minutes
you
to
hear
give
me?
your submission, and then from there we're going to engage in
Can
a
you guys
conversation. All right? Your 5 minutes starts now.
Oh, my mouth is off.
Oh, Slim J, are you preoccupied?
5 minutes too much. Even 2 minutes is fine.
All right. 2 minutes it is.
Oh, okay. I'm a bit busy, but it's yeah. Let me switch off my data because I think my Wi-Fi. Oh, but anyways, this thing of land. If I get a chance, property is part of reform. But I feel like we can do whatever we want with the land, right? But then again, there's so many things to do. But what I've seen with the land, especially with farming and all that, some things are expensive, especially if you don't have the funds. Well, you have to start small. But then again, I feel like it's gonna be better if you get the land. So, especially because I believe the land represent is not about what you could do with the land. It's about who occupied the land. So even if people, as we see, they do nothing with the land. I mean, people need a place to stay. I mean, like we see a lot of shacks and stuff like that. So maybe people can, because most of these lands are at good positions, because maybe there are rivers and stuff like that. So it's gonna benefit us much better than the land that we have. So I know there's a big backlash. It's like black people, we don't know what we're gonna do with the land and all that, but which is not true because of we haven't seen those studies. So yes, might be one or two occasions, but Most of the time it happens because people, they lack funding and stuff like that. Because maybe the land they got is too big for whatever they had. But we've seen so many entrepreneurs turn small into big farms and stuff like that. So I believe like if you get a land, you can do whatever you want with it because it's yours. So whether it produces money or not, it's up to you. So maybe we should think of why we do need the land. Maybe it's because of money or what. But for me, it's not about just money. It is more way deeper than money.
All right. Thank you very much, Slim G. Oh, look at that. We have another lady on the panel. How awesome. Lady G, welcome to the panel, my lady. My name is Otishap. I am not in charge, but I'm acting as in someone who's in charge. Lady G. All right. I haven't given my opinion. Let's give my opinion, and then we'll go to Lady G. Right. As Otishap, I disagree with the property option. I would prefer the land option. Because of many reasons. Self-sustainability, self-preservation, productivity, potential for profit, potential for business, terms of trade, economics of scale, physical and monetary policy. But the real reason why I would choose land is because land is the foundation of all factors of production. That is why I would choose land. Property and other things, they do not accommodate the factors of production, and because of that, they do not allow the maximum income to occur. So I would choose land because with land I can do anything, anytime, anyhow, with any who. And not only that, I can do that while ensuring my own survival. Land is the first step to owning the factors of production. If you ever want to be a business person or an entrepreneur or make lots of money, the first step to doing that is to own land. And you need to understand the type of land that you own. Is it wet? Is it dry? Is it climate? Is it farmland? Is it green land or is it sand? Those are very important. Why? Because you need to, because every crop and every animal needs a certain type of land for it to exist in its maximum capacity. So for me, land is the one. I prefer farmland. And besides that, I'm a farm boy. Like I grew up in a place where farm life is promoted and it's loved, you know. And unfortunately, black people where I come from, they have the opportunity to get land, but none of them are asking for the land. They're all asking for houses and property and jobs. Yeah, one. And yeah, so for me,
But that's not the question. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's not the question. They're saying if you have land, what would you want to do with it? They're not saying would you pick land or farming or a house. No. The question is if you had land, what would you want to use with the land? I think
let
you
me
are
read
getting
the
the
question
question.
again.
Yes.
The question
Not
is if you had
land.
a
It's not
chance.
land or a house or land or a farm. No, it's if you had the land, what would you choose to farm on it or would you choose property on it? That's the question. Read again.
Glo, I think you're incorrect.
If
The
you had a
question,
chance to get a property as part of land
yes.
reform, would you prefer to farm to start a business or a house in the city? Okay, like I'm not getting the question, but I'm thinking it's saying if you had land, what would you want to use it for?
Well, this question it says if you get a chance to get a property as part of land reform. So land reform speaks to the acquisition of land.
Yes.
So my
Property
answer,
as land. Okay.
yes. So my answer is not irrelevant.
It's diverting from the question, but it's okay.
No, I get the question is would you prefer a farm to start a business? And I said that land is the beginning of business. So
Maybe
Glow,
ancient should elaborate. Maybe I'm not understanding. I thought maybe they're saying
or
if you
maybe you're
had
not
land.
listening.
No, but all of us
I feel
answered.
like I'm so sorry, but I'm so sorry, but I feel like Miss Glow, what she's saying is right, because I feel like from all of us before you, Mr. Outie, we all answered it the same way how Miss Glow understands it. Because in my understanding of the question, I thought they mean I have to choose between farming or having a business, like housing,
And yes,
Kashisa Abantu.
on land.
your
They
thoughts were
gave me
correct,
Okay,
the
Shazzy.
guys,
wait. They
can I
already
clarify?
gave me that land.
Can I clarify?
I felt like they
Mr.
already
Ancient,
gave me that
Thank you,
land.
ancient. Let's ancient. Let him clarify it.
Thank you. So it says if you had a chance to get a property as part of land reform, a property, it could be a landed property or it could be um, a house. So it could be you having a land or you're having a house. Now, would you prefer, if they give you an option, would you prefer to take a land so that you can start a business? Or if the government calls you now and say, okay, here we have two options. We're gonna give you a land.
Mr.
Sorry,
Ancient,
guys. Sorry. I'm back. So if the government calls you now and says, Glow, we have two options for you. Option one, we're going to give you a land so you can start a business, or we're going to give you a house. But this house will either be in the city or in the township where your family was originally from. Remember, the argument is our family was taken away, the land was grabbed from them, and then they were sent to locations and so on and so forth. Now, I'll give you an option now. We give you a land or we give you a house from in either a city or a township where your family was originally from. What would you choose? You want to take a land or you want to go for the house so that you can connect back to your root? If you look at the second question, it then says, is land, that's this property ownership now, about wealth and business, or is it about reconnecting with our lost past or dignity, right? So what would you choose? A land or a house or a property?
thank you
Okay.
for
No,
clarifying that,
I
Mr.
understand.
Ancient. I
Is it
think
clear
that's
enough
just that.
now?
Yeah, it is
Yes,
clear.
but
And I think
it's
then
very clear.
then we should start over,
So which
Mr. Ancient. Then we should
no,
start
no, no,
over
no, no,
because
no. We
We
don't need to start
we
over
didn't
because you guys
understand.
answered the question you guys answered the question very well.
listen.
It's just that when I
No, we
answered,
did
I
not.
did not answer
They
the way you
clarified
answered
it.
because
But guys,
sorry.
I also answered and I said I would prefer land, even though I have
Yes,
land or
you guys said you
house
prefer
already.
you answered the question very well. That was okay. The problem here is that when I
I
answered the
myself
question,
answered accordingly.
yes,
Yes.
even Glow answered according.
I
You
answered
guys said you
accordingly
prefer
too.
property,
I don't
and
know who
I
didn't
said
understand
that
this thing. I don't know who didn't understand.
Yeah,
yes,
it's self-explanatory.
and also when I answered right, I don't think you guys understood me, man. I said that Glow, please listen to my words, man. I said that
No, I
I would
understand you
choose
now.
Glow.
No, I
Listen
get,
to
I
my
get,
words.
I get what you're saying. No, I got
How can you
what you
get
said. You can
how can
move
you get
on.
what I say before I say it, Glow?
But I heard you. Like you don't have to repeat yourself. I heard you. Don't worry.
Glow,
He's a
listen
prophet.
to me speak.
No, but I heard him. Seriously,
Glow,
you guys.
listen to me
Hate
speak. I am
relationship that
speaking.
you two
Listen,
have. You guys
listen,
need to
Glow.
sort it out. It's a love-hate relationship, eh? Just
It's
Glow,
saying.
not
listen.
even.
I said
No, it's not.
I
I'm
would
saying.
choose land. I
Oh my
said that
goodness.
I would choose land because on land I have a great potential for business. And business, I spoke about farming, I spoke about crops, I spoke about the potential to produce. I spoke about the factors of production, and I said that on the land I can do anything, anytime, anyhow. I can farm crops, I can farm animals, I can farm whatever I want. And because of that, I would always choose land. That's the part that you missed, Lo. And it's very important to listen to a man when he's speaking because you might
No,
miss
but I
his words
never
and
said
misunderstand him.
anything.
Glow. You don't interrupt a
I
man when he's
heard
speaking.
you.
Rule number two.
Don't
Rule
say
number
don't
two,
say
Glow.
that. Don't be condescending, please. Don't do that.
Rule number two, Glow.
Don't
Rule
do
number
that.
two.
Don't do that.
Rule number
Don't do
two,
that.
Glow. Rule number two.
Don't do that.
Yes. Anyways,
Don't do
let's
that.
go to G now. I've already voiced my opinion. Thank you very much. G. It's
Can
your
I make
chance.
this point? When he came here, he said he said a couple of sentences or no, let's be respectful, this and that, right? And when you say a sentence like you must listen to a man when he speaks, you tell me, you guys on the panel, what type of energy are you requiring from me when you say stuff like that? And I'm
recording
not
it,
even
Guys,
I'm not saying it in a
Energetic
I'm not
vibes.
even saying, I'm
guys,
asking the people on the panel, that is that the respect that he was talking about? Nah. I want you guys to tell me so we can move on.
Okay, are we going to take it one
uh,
by one, or are we all
we,
going to talk together?
we,
Anyone can elaborate on what I'm asking. For
Okay,
when
I'll
he
go
said that,
first. I'll go
okay.
first, Outie. I think it is very condescending the way you speak to Glow, because if you look at the energy you give to Shamsi, for example, you should give Glow the same energy. So please change your tone. You've set the rules, so abide by them as well.
Mina,
Thank
I
you.
don't know whether it's because I'm a girly girl or what, but I didn't like what she said because Nami, I was like, what you mean she should listen to you because a man is talking? That's giving misogynistic vibes. And we are trying to stop that, right? So why you as the man here who is in charge, you want us to do that? So should all of us, we can't talk because you are a man. Like, I didn't like that, I'm not gonna lie. And I felt like it was very unfair and you're not respecting her because she's a woman. You
I'm
understand?
just saying he should follow his own rules. Or that's all I'm saying. He should follow his own rules.
Glow, I apologize. No misogyny intended.
guys, I don't know, but I want to be honest. This is a great group, and one of the reasons why I normally don't stay on the group is because there seems to be a gender issue. It's not only today. When the first time when I joined this group, I don't remember, it was Kanyo and there were complaints about her being a moderator and she was not talking well to other people. So I feel that somehow we are all boiling up, even when the topic is not about gender, but now it does go to that. So let's just try, and let's not even share according to our experiences and whatnot. Let us not share our traumas here. We are talking about land reform. We are talking about property ownership. Just for once, and from today moving forward, let us not have this issue of genders, guys. Even if it's a gender-related question, or a debate, but let us stick to facts and not say things to each other that will hurt us. Because you can hurt me today, I'll keep quiet, but subconsciously, what you've said, that thing will keep on circulating and I will project it at a later stage. It might not be today, it might be next week or next month. And that's how you develop hate, actually. Something is stored within the subconscious and then it will come out some other time. So let us just try, guys. Let's try. We can't get stuck in this gender thing every day. This topic is not about gender, as I said.
Leon, can I just ask you a question directly? As a man, are you going to call Outie out for what he did, or are you going to jump to the gender thing? The question at hand is, Outie spoke to Glow in a derogatory way, and are you going to call him out from man to man? Hold your brother accountable. Do what is right.
On my side, I feel that as the members who are present, you've already done that. I just wanted to highlight this thing, that it's something that has existed. I think you guys have already done that part. So I'm just highlighting that we need to stop this thing in this group because it's not good.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Lady G.
Good evening to everyone. I just joined lately.
Good evening.
So I'm not sure how
We're gonna give you
but
5
I
minutes
hear
to
the
voice your
topic.
opinion. eh?
Okay, no, I did hear the land. I see the topic and I did hear further explanation. And even myself, I'll choose the land because there's a lot that you can do on the land. If I'm given, I will definitely choose. I mean, agriculture. Yeah, agriculture, because we'll forever eat However, even property will forever stay in houses is needed, but for me, agriculture stands out because it's broad. It's way broader than property. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Well, thank you very much, Lady G, for voicing your opinion. All right, now we can rebut, all right? To those of you who said you would take property, I actually disagree with you. I don't think that's a good choice. Yes. Glo, you had a question. Glo?
I think okay, my question is to you actually. Why do you think, okay, let me just justify why I would prefer land, like I said, like I would prefer property, like I said before. Farming is for people who are passionate about it, and if it's property that is given to me, it comes with the land that is built on it, right? So the land that the property is built on, it's my land, right? So I still have land. I'm just not using it for farming.
Well, if you are putting it that way, then we are talking about zoning. All right, let me entertain Shamsi's hand first before I answer. Shamsi?
Well, Mina, according to me, if everybody decides to just do land reform, like, and then just farm, where are people gonna stay? Because, for starters, as much as us choosing houses over farming and land and stuff, we have our reasons, and you have your reasons. Like you're saying, you want the money, right? Like the second question is also talking about dignity and past. So you're telling me you'd rather choose having a land and whatnot than not giving your grandmother or what their home where they came from? I'm just asking.
I heard you, but I did not hear the question.
Okay, my question is, when you would choose money over giving your family their biological home? Is that what you're saying?
What is the question?
Okay, answer my question, Ray.
Like, I would choose money. Like, what is money? Is it business? Is it cash?
As in, you choose to have a business than to, like, you're gonna make me now not understand myself. But what I'm trying to say is, angithi uyazi ukuthi mos thina abanye abantu siyawathanda amakhaya. So mina, can I put it in Zulu? Ngithi mina ungakhetha imali nokwakha amabhizinisi kunokuthi uwakhe ikini, like indawo ngathi yikini, because ukwakhe lokishini or wherever, or just ukuhlala emqashweni akusikho kwakho lapho. Kumele ukhande ikhaya kuqala before you decide to do other things. Without a home, where are you gonna stay? Where are you gonna tell your kids, this is my home? I was
Shamsi.
born and bred here. I'm just asking because ungangidli.
Yes, Shamsi, I would choose land and business. Leon, you raised a hand.
I'm not sure if you're done. I was just raising a hand. You can proceed, and then I'll come in after you're done, unless you're done.
Thank you for your generosity.
No, Mara, did you answer what I said in the way I said it? Or if I have the property, is the land on the property mine? Nah, that's my. If that's the case, then I can do whatever with that land. Then,
All
right?
No, you can't do whatever you want.
But that's my land. Yes.
Your property is in the city or township.
No, okay. If it's not in the city, Even if it's in the township, gets about the rules and regulations for the
Yes.
townships as well.
So you can't do whatever you want because of those regulations.
Point taken.
Yes, but if your land was outside the city, like in a like farmland, like I said, then you could be able to do whatever you want. But the city or township in and of itself, it limits you in terms of what you can do with your property.
I know that. So okay, for you who chose farmland, it's in the
Yes,
farmland, like in the
yes,
land is in the farms.
yes,
Okay. Okay, I
yes. I
thought it
would
was
choose.
like in general. Yeah, I thought it was like in general, like land anyway. I get land is everywhere. It's not only in the farmland. There's land even more in the city. There's still vacant land. There's still land in like those kind of things.
Yes.
Yes, I thought what the question is in general form, like in the land. Do you want land anywhere? Not only in the farmlands, but also in the city as well, or in the township.
You
No,
can have
remember,
land anywhere.
if you are talking farming glow, then the land can be in the city, right? It has to be outside.
Mara Slim says you can farm in the township. Maybe ena akatlhalosa or ring.
You can, depending
Okay.
on obviously your plot size and I mean there's people in the townships that do chicken farming or that have like these chicken pins and things like that, and they live in a suburb where they have neighbors, where they have obviously you need to have your chicken coops built properly, your feeding system done properly and things like that. You can also, depending on the size of land, how you can grow your crops and things like that. You're not limited. But the nice thing about having land, as in farming, you can build whatever you want on that land and you can run it with the freedom. There's no legislation to follow per se, if that makes sense.
I disagree with you.
Why?
I will share the regulations with you.
But it's things that
If
is
they
happening. We see these things every day, Outie.
what you see and what is the law is not the same. Leon and then Slim. Sorry. Do you still want to say something, Choji?
No, I'm good.
All right. Leon. Chloe, did I answer you? We
No,
can have a.
you did answer me in terms
Okay.
of the fact that
Shamsi, are you answered?
Yeah.
Shamsi, you're not answered.
Ramsey doesn't sound
It's just,
convinced.
Shamsi is not answered.
his
If she was
answer
answered,
wasn't convincing.
yeah, if she was answered,
No.
she'd give an exciting yes, I know her. All right, Shamsi. I cannot stay in a place just because my parents come from there. I would never do that as Artishap. I would never preserve a place because my parents come from there and then not make money. So if I have a chance to have land in another place where we can go and do business, I'm always willing to move. Like right now. I come from Limpopo, right? But I'm currently in Gauteng. And the reason why I moved is because in Limpopo, the type of business that I'm doing now, it's not accommodated. I need to be in a city. I need to be in an environment where there's a lot of people. I need to be in an environment where there's a lot of business so that I can do business. If I was back home in Limpopo, I would be doing my... I shouldn't be speaking about my business only. All right, this is the answer. I cannot move. I cannot stay in a place simply because my parents come from there, unless if they own land there. The only reason that could make me stay in a place that my parents come from is if they own land. But if they just own property like a house and they don't own land or anything in that place, I don't see a reason to stay there. So I would definitely move for business. Leon, Shamsi, you answered.
Yes, I am. Now I
Yes, I
actually
can't just
get
stay in a
you.
place because my parents own a house there. Leon? Yes.
I'm standing to repeat what Shemzi said. You cannot have land reform and fail to have your own property. It's impossible. Through land reform, I believe with the acquired capital from the or profits from the business, you can actually have your own house. The reason why I'm choosing property ownership, I still stand to say that through the Land Expropriation Act Group, Areas Act 1950, Segregation Act, and the Native Land Act of 1913, our grandparents were displaced from their place of inhabitance, and they were kept in various places where they were actually forced to stay there. Now, due to an influx of non-immigrants, we are having a problem of overpopulation. Therefore, we cannot all stick to business. The reason why there are shacks, the reason why some people decided to build rooms in their backyards is because apart from establishing a business for survival purposes, there is a need for houses. And irregardless of how the government can work to try and provide houses for people, but it's still not enough because there are still a lot of people that are coming into this land, and we therefore need property ownership. So let there be a certain portion of people who go for land reform to start businesses, but then the government as well as us, we need to understand that there is a high demand of people who need houses. Thank you.
Can I just correct you? You're actually agreeing with me, by the way, because I said the same thing.
My child is crying. I didn't hear what you were saying, Shemzi.
Oh, I was saying you agreeing with me because I actually also chose houses over farming and everything because of the same reasons. I said houses also bring capital or money or into this thing because ungakwazi ukuqashisa, you can mainly ungakwazi ukuqashisa, you can also build well, I don't know, but non-governmental businesses like huts for amakota or whatnot. You can also do clothing thingies where you support local clothings. Yabo, isn't they kanjalo nje? So I think you basically agree with me.
I personally, I believe that when I seclude myself from the topic and involve the nation's interest over mine, I would say that there is actually a need for both, for land reform as well as property ownership. As I've said now that there's an influx and of non-nationals, and we are facing an issue of overpopulation. So there is a need for the production of crops. However, there's also a need for property development where people need to have their own houses. Remember, there are people who have applied for RDPs ever since 1991, but they haven't gotten anything from the Department of Housing or whatnot. So there is a need for both. But I believe that property ownership comes first because there are people who are still on the waiting line. As early as 1991, they've been waiting for houses.
Slim?
Sure. I just wanna. You said you cannot farm in the township, so you said there were what limitations and stuff like that. So I want to know because I feel like if you own a property, you can do whatever you want with that property because it's yours, right? As long as you're not breaking any law. So what would you hold you back for not farming? Because of there's a lot of you can do, especially with the small scale farming. So it has helped a lot of communities because I know most of communities are doing it right now. Even my community started it, so it's benefiting too many families. At least can feed so many families which were struggling. You see, so land is Like I feel no matter the size of the land, it can still be used because of as Leon was saying, because of we have so many issues. You see, I mean, housing is one of them. I mean, like, I don't know, but then again, yes, housing is one of them. Also farming, and also I cry about mining because of land is not about us the people. I feel like there's a land that should belong to the state, right? Because of if land belongs to the state, it prevents other countries or other entities or global entities for looting uh us our minerals and stuff like that. Because if it belongs to the state, then the land belongs to the people. So which if the land makes money, everybody is benefiting from that. So we shouldn't focus on one small part like farming and stuff like that. We should look at the bigger picture because of land is not about only land. Also, rivers can be owned. Don't forget rivers and stuff like that also can be owned. So that could cause a problem as well. So yeah,
Uh,
LT. So I just want to know the limitations of the I don't know, farming in the township.
I think just to answer first before LT comes in, Slim G, the one thing that you need to be aware of, I want you to look at warehouses. Warehouses are, it's rare for you to find a warehouse in a township, unless if you go to Kliptown. That was prior 1991 when Kliptown was built. But now there has to be a demarcation because of the possible criminal activities that can actually affect your premises where you are running your business. So you can take, for example, I don't know who knows Aikenhof. Aikenhof is way far from the township. That's where farms are. You understand? Any person who is residing there is working within that farm. And then there's Lehigh. Lehigh, I think it's something like 2.5 kilometers away from that place. So a reason why you would not have a farm in the township is because if you were to have a farm in the township, then definitely the community they would loot your farm. Some of them, they might even poison that land. So you need to put those things into careful consideration before you even start having a farm in the township, because the food or the crops that you're growing there, you are going to supply the nation, so you can't afford to have any mistakes.
Yeah, but the in the township it's small crops. You cannot afford the
Right,
nation with small
Slim G.
crops.
Slim G, the following laws stop you from farming. Yeah? Right. The first thing that stops you from farming in your area, right? It's not necessarily the area itself. It's just your property, right? So this is the limitation. The limitation is that your property is a residential area, and your residential, though, that thing in and of itself, it stops you from being a farmer, right? So these are some of the laws that stop you from being there. And one of the reasons why residential areas are not allowed to be farming is because of the town planning system, or the town planning I forgot what they call it, the town planning regulations or whatsoever. And because of how the land is zoned and all that, so you're not allowed to do that, right? So we have the Special Planning and Land Management Use Act. So that is the act that governs how land is zoned and used in South Africa, right? And then because of the way so this one, it will tell you how your land is zoned, like, right? So if you have a house in a township or in a city, it's zoned as a residential. So because of that, you're not allowed to farm. And then number two, we have the National Building and Regulations Board and Standards, right? So this is the act that stopped you from erecting farm structures like chicken crop. You spoke about chicken farming and all that. This is the act that stops you from doing that in a residential area, right? And then the third one, you have the Municipal Systems Act, right? These are the bylaws which, with regards to safety within a residential area, which stop you from farming in a residential areas. Then we have a National Environment Act, and then the Animal Act itself. So all these acts, these are laws which are implemented by the municipality, and all of them state different laws which relate to you farming in a residential area. So as a person who's living in a township or a city, as long as your place is a residential, you are not allowed to farm there. So if you see someone doing that, they are doing that against the law. Those are the limitations.
No, I see that.
But however, if you live in a township and the township has space outside, that space is not, it's not classified, and that's if your township has space outside. Maybe when I say outside, I mean next to, like an open area. According to the Spatial Planning and Land Management Use Act, if that place is not classified as a residential, you're allowed to farm there and build something which you can do for farming. But you can do for farming if maybe it's an open area and whatsoever. But you're going to need the National Building Regulations and Building Standards and the National Environment Management Act for them to regulate that because of the area of where the area is.
But besides, like people like, hence why I say, because different farming, small scale and stuff like that, right? Because of you cannot bring the whole farm on a small scale. So some people can do certain veg crops and stuff like that, spinach and all that, still farming, right? But then again, you'd say if there's a open land area next to you, next to residential area, that later can consider not residential area. So this law is not making sense. You see, so
when we're talking residential,
unless
right?
it's speaking about on a bigger scale farming, but I don't think they will permit anyone who's gonna start a small scale farming in their own property.
When we are saying residential, right, we are talking about where you live. And then when I say next to, I mean outside of where you live, just next to. It could be opposite, like how do I put this? When we say residential, we're talking about where you live. So the property on which you live, right, you're allowed to plant there, but you're not allowed to do any form of farming. So in a residential area where people live, you are not allowed to do farming because of safety regulations, because of land regulations, because of town plannings and all that, right? But an open area next to you, I'm talking about the land that is not connected to you. It could be divided by a street, it could be divided by a railway, it could be divided by whatsoever. So that land is not considered residential because it is not within you, it's outside of you. And then, so this having a house in a city or a township also, it's also Mr. Leon?
No, you can carry on.
Okay. Owning a house in a residential area, right? I hear all of you speaking about rental, right? Also, renting out a property, there are also certain regulations which are associated with that, right? In a residential area, there are regulations which you need to abide by when you're renting a property. So that those, so when you're renting a property, so that those property can be protected and ensured that they are able to generate the income that you have, right? So these are done according to the Rental Housing Act. This done also according to the Rental Housing Amendment Act, the Consumer Protection Act, and the Prevention of Illegal Service. So every time you are renting, out property in a residential area, there are regulations that you need to follow for that. Not every property can be rented out. Not every property is allowed to be rented out. So they need to look at the property to analyze it. There must be a safety officer there who's going to check out the safety of the property. There must be Kanya. Hello, Kanya. Guys, let's welcome Kanya.
How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good, thank you.
Kanya, what do we call the person who comes to check if the property is stable?
The land evaluator.
Land evaluator. The land evaluator must be there. The safety officer must be there. The municipal approval team must be there. And then once it's only the health and safety must be there to make sure that the property that you're renting out is safe. There must be people there who are going to make sure that there's not going to be any disaster occurring there. So it's quite a long process to check if your property can be rented out or not, whether it's a house or a back room, whatsoever. Those are the people that come there to check if the property can be rented out. If they come there and they find out that all these things, I'll give you one of the things that they check. If a safety officer comes to your property and they find out or in your property you don't have a Kanya, what do we call that red emergency hose pipe?
A fire extinguisher.
You don't have a fire extinguisher. That property is not allowed to be rented out because should a fire occur, you can't do anything about it. Those are one of the things that they check. But many of these things they check so that they make sure that the property can be rented out. Many properties, many houses that are just being rented out illegally, but by regulation or by law, they don't qualify.
Mara
Lady G?
realistically, we know that in the township people don't follow those rules. They don't even follow building rules. Like in the township, for example,
Yes.
you are not supposed to have a double story to look at your name. Like there's certain rules. The people don't follow those kind of things. So
Well, if
maybe
you
for in the city, those kind of if I get land, like I want to go back to the topic. If I get a property in the city, yes, those regulations might matter because they enforce them. But in the township, we know that people don't follow those rules and they don't enforce them. They don't even
There are
enforce.
houses on the paving area that belongs to the municipality. So I mean, it double story.
You know, businesses, imagine on the walkway,
Exactly.
somebody
You
builds a
understand?
branch, imagine.
Glow, you need to, if you go and report those people, you will see what will happen. What they're going to do is that they're going to ensure they're going to take some action towards that person, and it's not gonna be nice. It's not gonna be nice.
Many the police know, even they buy these places. So,
I'm not talking
I
about
mean,
the
like,
police. I'm talking about the municipality. If you go to the municipal office and report that this property is illegal, they will do something about it.
I mean, like they can't even remove even the illegal squatter camp, so it's a problematic at this point. You see, so you remove them, they do it again. So where they gonna start? Because of the whole South Africa is doing it, and most of these South African people are benefiting. They need this land. Hence is the issue with the land because they need this land to run their businesses. So if you demolish them, you're setting them back and you can't give them jobs. So another problem occur, you see.
The
Because these
problem
people
of
are
South
trying to solve
Africa
this
is
issue.
it's enforcement. It's just law enforcement. They don't enforce laws.
So
They
sorry
have
to interrupt.
laws. They
Sorry
have
to interrupt
laws,
you, Glow.
but they don't enforce them.
Everyone, we are battling now, so please feel free to engage. You don't have to wait like before. We were doing the submissions then, but right now we can have a flowing conversation, right? Lady G, please feel free to engage. This is a safe space. You can continue, Glow.
Yeah, like I was saying to Slim, laws are there. Like Autu was saying, laws are there. There's a lot of laws in South Africa. It's enforcement of the law that is lacking in South Africa. So we might talk about the laws, this and that, but at the end of the day, we know that there is no enforcement in most of these laws. Like in the township, people are doing. There's a lot of things. Like in my grandmother's house, she was not allowed to build a pavement to a certain meters outside. She didn't know that. And I think it's the councillor or someone who came to her house during these elections, and then they told her that she must remove the pavement outside. It's too long or it has whatever these rules. And my grandmother was like, "But these laws, you only say them. They only enforce them when maybe it's election time or whatever. Like it's not something that people know. It's not something that even the
I don't think even the police people, they know these things. So we can talk
Your
about,
grandmother is absolutely wrong, right?
But
yeah,
Your grandmother is wrong because every time you build a house, you need to submit your plan to the municipality, and the municipality must approve of it, and you must build it accordingly, and then they'll send down the inspector to come and check. So if your grandmother did not comply with that, then it's not that they are taking it to election time. It's just that they noticed that when they arrived at the property. But it was always wrong because according to the government regulations and the plan that she submitted, that was not what was approved.
my point is she never submitted anything. She just did what she did. And then the councillor just told her, or no, they are going to build street lights. So she must remove the pavement on like how she built it. That's what happened. I'm saying that they don't do that. Like they don't submit these things to the municipality to be like, I wanna build like a stop nonsense, but I wanna build it to this. They don't do that these days. They just do it. And then what wanna pay. That's what I'm saying.
Uh, can I come in?
Of course, LBG.
Yeah, thank you. I think now there will be a lack of information. However, even myself, I know I can't just do anyhow, especially knowing that as much as I have this space of land that is given to me, I need to submit to the municipality because they also have their own plans. Maybe I will be building that and there's water, you see, or there's electricity somewhere. I don't know. But if I go and inform and inform them of my plans, it's when then I am told. However, even the structure, let alone the house, can go. The moment you know before you do something, you know it's 5 k's away from, it's either a tar or 10 k's away from the sea or whatever, or 10 k's away from the electricity. However, people just want to do what they want to do, but they know that nature is there. Nature forever always go to them and inform them of their things just to revive them. But they know people are people sometimes. West Kengoku in our locations, they are so strict. Even if you are extending, they approved that one first, then you got the approval. But now you want to extend. Before you extend, go and resubmit, so that your extension is allowed. Yeah, so that you don't cry when they come and destroy your home, because they have a right to do so. Thank you. Otherwise, information is out there. Worse these days, you can even ask AI.
Yes, and what I am getting from this conversation is that black people, sorry, not black people, what I'm getting from this conversation is that people don't want land. Like people don't want land, they want jobs and they want houses. Because why? Why would you be on land? I mean, land is so awesome, man. Imagine having land where you can build anything you want, anytime you want, however you want, right? But no, you just want houses and you want employment. And I believe I once had this conversation with a friend, and in the conversation, I was sitting with my friend and we were strategizing on building a new business, right? And while we're sitting there, we're just like, yo, to imagine the type of jobs we're going to create. And as we were doing interviews, we were surprised at how many people came for the interview, looking for a job, looking for something to do. And it was so amazing because every time when we were working on that business and we were suggesting and presenting ideas, people were not entertaining us. But the moment we said jobs, they came running. And so I'm just saying, I'm with this, I'm trying to say that I think there is enough evidence, sufficient evidence to suggest that buying people want houses and they want employment. That employment and houses are exactly what they need so that they can ensure their survival. that land in and of itself, empty land for where there is no development or growth or whatsoever, just basic raw materials, is not an option that many people would go for.
Can I chime in there? I
You
think
can't.
so now I think when it comes to that, people not wanting to start businesses, sometimes it's from a place of people not like, and you know how starting up something new, there's no guarantee, but there's a little bit of a safety net when you are employed by a company. And then there's also the demographic of people who know their limits, because it's also important to know your limits and to know your character and to know yourself. Not everybody is cut out to start a business. I think we as people don't want to acknowledge that. We want to act like any and everybody has the tools to start a business.
Kanya,
And the thing is, I can't start a business because Auti thinks starting a business is great and Auti's business is doing
yes.
well, because I don't know why Auti started his business. I don't know how he started his business. I don't know the behind the scenes nuances on how Auti got to where he is. So also acknowledging your personal limitations as a person is important. We can't just have everybody start a business, if we're being honest.
That's
Kanya, I'm not talking about starting a business. I'm talking about like just building houses from scratch, right? Yeah, I'm not talking about starting a business, because business is difficult. I can tell you right now that business is very
No, I
difficult.
think you were
Not
talking
everyone is
about
cut
how
out for sales.
you were talking about how people didn't went for the idea of starting the business with you, but they were for the idea of being employed by you.
No,
So I was
Remember,
yes, but
I was
even
speaking
for
to
you
that
to have that
point.
land, even for you to have that land, you need to buy it, and it. So for you to have money, you need to be working somewhere.
not
So
necessarily. The government can buy land for you if you're doing business.
you see, that's the information that they lack. If
Thank
only
you.
they can
Yeah,
know that.
to those of you who don't know, if you go
And
to the
also,
Department
what
of
are the
Ag-
what are the requirements for you to actually get the business to rope the government in to actually buy land for you?
you must have a sample of what you have done in terms of your small scale farming.
And what else?
That's it.
My
There's
dear,
more to it.
So
That
if
can't be all there
maybe
is to it, eh?
Yeah, so if maybe you have a back garden, you can show them that, guys, I've started the spinach farm and this is what we're doing. When it doesn't have to, you don't have to be on big line. They just want to see a sample of what you've grown and if that thing has really grown. And then
no,
once you
my
have
dear,
that, they take the land for you, they buy it for you, and then the land will be rented out for the first year so that they can see if you're willing to complete your projects. And then after renting out for the first year, if they're happy with your progress, they will give you the title deed. If they're not happy with your progress, they will cancel your lease.
hey, my dear, there are people who are already doing that fish farming. They can be very happy about what you are saying. So which door to knock so that I tell them they are already doing fish farming. They've been doing it for years. However, they struggle because they don't have funds and they don't have tools of trade. Like they don't
Uh,
even have a fridge to keep those fish.
the Department of Agriculture has a budget which they've delegated to every aspect of farming. And each aspect of farming has received more than a budget of 100 million rands. So the person responsible for that is the Department of Agriculture. They have a person in there who is a manager of agricultural farming land, right? So what you do is that you go to that person and then you tell them that this is what I want, this is what I'm doing, and then they will send an inspector. Every Kanya, what do we call a small area?
Remote areas, or it's a small area.
Yes, like a suburb, 3 suburbs, like
A town.
yes. In every town, there is a person who is delegated to take care of every piece of land. I will give you an example with Pretoria, right? not Pretoria, because Pretoria doesn't have farms. Give you an example of where I come from, Limpopo. In Limpopo, there's Polokwane, there's Seshego, there's Treflop, there's Lebogo. Right? Treflop, Lebogo, and Seshego are townships. Polokwane is the city. Right? Each area has a person who is in charge of the farming, who is in charge of the municipal farming inspection. So you go to your local government and you tell them that I am doing this, then they will send an inspector to come and inspect your farm. So what they'll send about 4 or 5 of them. Those people are there to check a few things. There's gonna be one who's Kanya, what do we call a person who checks whether soil is fertile or not, or whether you can build on the soil or not?
I don't know.
Kanya, I know you're lying. Kanya, what do we call that person?
I'm serious. I don't know. Shame. I'm not sure of the actual
Right.
name of that person. I know there's quantity surveyors, there's land surveyors,
Yes.
there's yeah.
So they're going to call a quantity surveyor, right? A quantity surveyor is gonna, they're gonna call a land surveyor and a quantity surveyor. The land surveyor is going to come there and check if their land is fertile, like can you build there, or is it sustainable for what you're doing? And then they're gonna send a water inspector. Water inspector is going to come there and inspect whether they or not they can set pipe so that you can have a water flow. Then they're gonna send, there are many people that they send, right? And then after sending those people will send a report and say that we went to this land and we believe that this land is suitable for this type of farming. Then they will recommend a type of farming. If the farming you're doing is not suitable with that one, they'll ask you to change it. And then if it is suitable, then they'll say it's fine. All of this, by the way, is free. They're going to do it to you for free. And then once that thing is approved, they're going to give you the funding. And then they'll check up on you after a year. And then once after a year, they believe that you're sustainable enough to build, then they will give you the lease. And then if you run the program well and you generate a certain type of profit and you're able to create employment, you can choose any land you want in South Africa. The South African government has a budget of 50 million, which they use to buy land for farmers.
Okay, thank you so much for your information. Tell you what, this area is coastal, so definitely it is sustainable. And people love fishes from Coffee Bay. They love them so much.
Well, that's actually very dope, because I come from an area where there's a lot of farming. We do a lot of farming where I come from. I'm a rural boy. I come from a rural area, so farming where I come from is very big. And then I moved to the city, and then in the city I met buildings, and then I learned the terms of trade. I learned that I have to labor for 10 hours, which was very difficult for me coming from a rural area.
So I have a question. So if I have land, can I sell it back to the government?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
With the
Elaborate on the process.
Yeah.
The government, they buy land for purpose, right? So for you to sell land back to a government, you need to state the purpose for which it was used, and then they will decide or not if it's worth the investment. So if maybe the land you are selling, there's property there, you can write a proposal to the government to say that I'm selling this property. I believe that it can help university students, but unfortunately I'm unable to sustain it. Are you willing to buy it? Just give them a price and then they will negotiate with you.
Oh, okay. It's not just Honore, I have land, you should buy it
Yeah, it's
back.
not just Honore, I want to sell my property and get money.
Okay.
But
No, I
then
was talking
when
about land. I'm talking about bare land. I'm not talking about land that has property. Talking about
Yeah,
land
they
without
need
it.
to check the land because remember, I'll give you an example of people who come from KZN, right? People who come from KZN are sitting on very, very fertile land, right? Anyone who sells land from KZN, the government is always willing to buy because they know that on that land something is going to grow, whether it's dry or it's cropland. And by the way, KZN is one of the biggest provinces with the biggest land in South Africa. So if you come from, say, KZN and don't have land, you should be asking why.
not compared to Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape, I think, is the leading one.
Western Cape doesn't have development. That's why it's leading.
For now. But as for land, we have it, and we have it all.
I understand. But if you look at KZN, we are talking about
Quality
developed
of the
land.
land differs,
The
though.
quality of the land, the developed land. The Eastern Cape land is underdeveloped.
And even apart from that, the soil of the land also counts, and all the small things, everything about it. They don't just say, okay, there's lots of land there. No, they will look at, is this area prone to natural disasters, the recovery time
Yeah.
to take, and all of that stuff goes into play.
So I don't understand why KZN people are so many in Juba. You should be buying land, guys. Land.
Yeah,
Khanya ufunani eJozi? Kumele ube ngabe use-KZN unomhlaba.
Wena ushiyele nowakho umhlaba eLimpopo.
yes, yes.
Ushiyele
Mina
no.
ungakhohlwa awuthi mina ngabuya mina I'm not fully 100% South African. You must remember that.
Where are you from?
Zimbabwe, darling. My dad is Zimbabwean.
Okay, we
Your
are
dad is
departing
Zimbabwean.
we are
Your dad is
departing
Zimbabwean.
tonight.
Yes, he came through. When my father came with the people with high skills training back in the late 80s, late 90s, came as an engineer to South Africa. So yeah.
So Khanya,
And you left.
wow.
You also have.
So you're rich, though.
Richie, Jan, yo.
In land.
So you come
are
from a
in
rich
land.
family, Khanya.
I come from a family of a man who worked hard for his family.
Khanya comes from a rich family, guys.
Asos.
Khanya get his game.
I'm the one coming from a rich family.
Yes,
Khanya is
exactly.
Rich.
Lady G, you also come from a rich family.
I'm
I'm sitting with
stinky
moneyed people
rich.
here, Mas.
Yeah, I'm stinky rich.
Wow, Khanya, we should be friends.
Money.
Uklwaga, we should be friends. Hey, no.
Stop
My money
being
or with
enemies.
me.
Now, I tried to be an engineer in my lifetime, but I couldn't find employment. So, yeah. When I
Why?
graduated, I couldn't find employment. I went to a different field, and the
Come
rest
to
is
Limpopo,
history.
Khanya. Come to
No, I have
Limpopo.
no desires of pursuing my career in engineering. I'm happy in supply chain.
If you, in the people that I'm certain will always get jobs in Limpopo are the following people. If you're doing farming, if you're doing building science, if you're doing architecture, if you're doing civil engineering, if you're doing
I did mechanical.
what do we call those people who fix pipe and yeah, those people, those engineers who work with pipes.
Plumbers.
Plumbers.
No, not the
No,
plumber.
plumbers,
The
not
engineer.
plumbers. No.
The engineer who works with pipes.
Ganje, that's the I'm trying to think. It's Ganje,
Yeah, it's not the plumber.
Guys, I
Yeah.
have a
Plumber is the one who
question.
fixes the pipes. The one who works with the pipes. There's an engineer there. All these people, these 5 people, these are people I'm always certain they'll always have a job in Limpopo.
That will be civil engineers.
No,
They don't do no civil engineers do concrete structures. They don't do the
Pipes.
it's not a
pipes.
civil engineer.
Okay.
Civil engineers, they deal with the structures and others with regards to large scale structures like your bridges and roads. But anyways, those people will always have jobs. And then with who else will always have a job? Anyone who's selling food in Limpopo will always have a job. Anyone who's selling alcohol will always have alcohol. You won't always have a job. In Limpopo, people drink, but in certain areas.
Guys, I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Ancient.
So yes, I have listened or tried to listen to what everyone is saying around owning a house, or rather owning land and so on. I from what I gather, I do not see, or rather I cannot pick the real reason or the real importance of land. It looks like for us it's just another thing. If I can buy a car, it's fine. I'd rather prefer a car, to what else? To a motorcycle or something. I mean, whatever. It's like another kind of property. Then it
You know,
then
Mr.
makes me
Ancient.
wonder. I'm coming. Sorry. It then makes me wonder, why do we have many organizations, including political parties, really fighting and clamoring and saying we must get our land? Is it that we don't understand why why they are fighting for this, or they also don't understand that it's not as important to us? This thing of land, is it not a serious thing? Is it not something that connects us back out to our ancestry? Does it not really mean that we have been deprived, especially looking at the South African context? All these have been stolen from us. Is it not something that we really need to get back with so much seriousness? Or is just another property? If you're lucky, you get it. If you have money, you don't. How important is land and property? How important is it to us, or to South Africa, or to Africans? How important, especially given our history and our context? That's my question. Perhaps I should have maybe broken it down in the question on the board though, but it just came to my mind now while I hear your submissions. I'm thinking land is just another thing that you just get, here and there. Then why are political parties making it even their own manifesto or their own agenda to say we want our land back? Organizations saying we want our land. Land is not as important then, I'm assuming.
Mr. Ancient, let me just ask a quick question. Which land are these politicians fighting for? Because we are occupants of this very republic. Which land are they fighting for? Because we are occupying this land. We are living and working in this land.
The
Which land are
land
they
that
fighting for?
people that would be fighting for is mostly fertile land, for example. Because if you look at most places where there's actual fertile land where you can do something on that land and generate an income through that land, it's mostly white owned. It's not normally black people. It's mostly white owned. If you go to your Cape Town, all the great vineyards, all the great, it's mostly white owned. If you go not just in Cape Town, if you go anywhere, the mealie farms,
especially Eastern Cape and Free State.
exactly. Even here in Johannesburg, there's places in your Pomona and all of that with large plots of mealies. Those are that's a white man that's behind that. That's not a black person.
It
So
goes back to a passion. It's all about passion. For us, land is our pride. However, things have changed a lot. Now, the generation that is currently in, which is us now, we want things now. We want fast things, you see. It's no longer to say, I can't, you can't sell this. This is all what you have, and you treasure it. Even the generations and generations to come, they know they must never sell this. But now people are selling it like it's airtime, you see, because now people want all sorts of things and give away the very same thing that is a very key, you see.
I
No,
think it's not. Oh, okay, Leon, did you want to say something?
No, I think what these political parties are actually reputing is the displacement of black people from their original places where they were residing. For instance, you find that a lot of white people have occupied the urban areas, like maybe let me say your Boksburg, let me say most parts like Sandton and stuff like that. So they've placed themselves in those places because they know that they'll benefit something from that portion of land, and we are now as black people segregated to the township where we can't even do anything with that land. So let them clearly rebuke the displacement of black people and clarify that they want black people to go back either to that land and to reside within that land so that they can use it. I think it's better that way.
And also, if you look at the land in the townships, there's very little vegetation or any kind of plantation even. It's very rare that you'll go to Elokshin and find trees even on the street. Birds even chirping on the streets. Small things
Have you seen Mamelodi? 03.
Thank you. But go to the burbs. I'm telling you, trees gumakepe inside the house. A black person will move in and chop. The first thing they'll do is chop down the trees in that yard. Get
No, Mara,
trouble with
isn't
the
it
municipality
Kanya?
trying to chop down the trees on the outside. But okay, but what I'm saying is we were never given fertile land, and also we can't say that the youth of today want things easy. I wouldn't say it's that we want things easy, Trina, as the youth of today, or rather, okay, maybe the today's generation. Nangimdala kabi. But what I'm saying
Hey, why
is
not Kanya? Hey, why not to
we
say
were
today?
yeah, no, I'm old. So well, we are now accustomed to things that we grew up around. Remember, you can't be something that your environment didn't mold you into, or that you didn't see from somewhere, that you didn't learn from somewhere. This trend of coming to Joburg and being flashy, it didn't start now with our generation. It started with Dalo. The moment we found our independence as Black people, it became a thing of who's the first that's going to get their house, who's going to get a house, who's the first that's going to get a car, who's the first. There was that one uncle that was doing great, that looked like they were doing great, that you all aspired to be like. And now that thing has now trickled down generation to generation, where now there's more and more people who are that uncle.
Namara, I wanna debunk the
Before you
the
speak, Flo, Mr. Jones, welcome to the panel. Please feel free to engage. This is a safe space. We share facts and truths only here, and we share views. So please feel free to engage. You're welcome. Yes, Flo.
Okay, I wanted to debunk the part where you guys said they moved people to the township because the land in the townships are not fertile. It's not. I don't think that's true because now where I come from, Mopani, for example, the townships there are very fertile. It's just that there is no
Sorry.
space. There is no space to farm. But that land has is very fertile and has indigenous fruits like your mangoes, they just naturally grow there. So it's not that there should be another reason why they moved us there, but it's not fertile land.
No, that's an exception to the rule because again, when I Limpopo is the whole of Limpopo basically is very fertile.
Glow.
Yes.
Have you ever driven from from Pretoria to Limpopo using the Matlala Road?
Matlala Road ke Armangale. Can you
It's not
just
an R.
It's just Matlala Road.
Yes. It's a, you know, I agree we have the N1.
Yes.
Then we have the R101, right? There's
Yes.
another road. Like it's a very dangerous road.
I've never only know the R and the N.
Yes. When you use that road, so what that road, it passes through the back side of the farms, right? I get when you're passing through the R101, it's the front. So you see the front side. The Matlala Road, it's the back side. So you see the big farms and how much white people own. And if you use that road and you analyze Mokopane, you analyze Naboomspruit, you analyze Modimolle, you will see that white people, though, they own hectares and hectares and hectares of land in Limpopo, and you will never see it because it's not even the city. And you always wonder why. If you go to Limpopo, in Limpopo there are 4 places where you can be certain you'll find white people. In Mokopane you'll find white people. In Naboom you'll find white people. In Makhwaskloof you'll find white people. In what is this place? Vembe, you'll find white people. And
No,
if you
I'm
look
not
at the land that they
disputing.
own, it's massive, though.
No,
Massive.
I'm not disputing what they own land. What I'm saying is the point ya gore they moved us or they moved certain people to certain areas ya gore are fertile. So
Yeah, but
Kanya Ankarabide are Limpopo as a whole is fertile. So I agree with that point.
Remember,
yes, and Limpopo men are fertile as well.
Oh my God! And Limpopo, I was saying Limpopo. As a whole is fertile, and as it's fertile, it's also the reasons why Limpopo is going to be fertile is because there's not as many industrial areas in Limpopo as there are in other provinces, especially in your Gauteng, your Cape Town. If you look at a lot of townships, they're located not far from a place where there's an industrious situation going on.
That's also wrong.
Akanya,
That's also wrong.
Now, I said a lot, not all, I said a lot.
in Limpopo, ne, the places where many of the Pedi
Ke
people
ra
come from.
difeme he, e re ke ska re di-industrial, difeme.
No,
Yeah.
the places where many Pedi people come from are not fertile. I'll give an example. Raskuku, ne? You see Raskuku?
Begersford.
Yeah, there's a very big area. Like it's a very big area. It's like moving from it's a very big area. It's not fertile. Ramatlala, Begersford, Ramatawata, all those places, right? Here, Kanya, I'm talking about a distance of about from Lewachomo to Begersford. What is the distance there? But it's a long distance. It's actually, let me not say from Lewachomo to Begersford, from Lewachomo to the N1. So when you're using the Begersford Road, it connects to the it connects to the, not the N1, the N3 to Durban. So from Lewachomo to that N3, it's quite a long distance. It's more than 1,000. It's more than 500 kilometers. And that for more than 500 kilometers, it's not fertile, bro. So if you look at the areas where Pedi people come from in Limpopo and where Zulu people are in KZN, those areas that they are placed, bro, they're not fertile, bro. But if you look at the other places of KZN where Zulu people are not placed, bro, those areas are super fertile.
Mara, Auti, won't you say gore? Because I carry the places that you mentioned, I get they are not fertile in terms of farming. Mara, they have
Yes, they are.
minerals. They have minerals. From that distance you mentioned to that distance,
Yes.
they have mines from Atok to, because I could relay my internship that side. From Atok to
You did
Begersford.
your internship in a rural area.
Yeah, I get it. Talking about mining here.
But then,
From
Flo, even if
Atok to Begersford, it's minerals. I think it's chrome, platinum. Yeah, chrome and platinum that they mine that side. The whole place from Atok to Begersford, get at that distance you mentioned. So it might not be fertile, ka farming, but it is fertile, ka di minerals.
even if it is fertile with minerals, but then there are regulations and acts that oversee the entire process of occupying or accessing those minerals. This is why there's no member of the public who can actually deprive the land of those resources for their own use. You need to be licensed and recognized by the mining RSA Act for you to be able to actually use that resource for your own personal benefit. So it's only people who are recognized by the mines who can actually access those resources, but as a member of the public, you cannot. This is why there's this term illegal mining.
No, that's why I'm saying gore, it's the government holding us back because the regulations vary. Like Auti was saying, with farming in the township, it's also mining in the villages. It's the same thing. The regulations are what's making us as Black people holding us back, I guess, because I don't have $1 million to have a license for mining, I guess, or 2 million or whatever millions that you need to have to get that license. So even if I have a backyard full of chrome, they will tell me not to mine that chrome in my backyard because I need a license. That license, it's a lot of money. You see what I'm saying? The regulations that the government, they know they have a target market, or okay, Ramaphosa has that money to come to my backyard and be like, I can mine here. Mara, nah, I can't do it on my own yard. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, because the land does not belong to you. We can occupy the land, but the land belongs to the government. This is why there are bylaws. This is why there are various acts that are there to ensure that our conduct is according to that act or to that rule.
Yeah, because actually you pay for the address. That's where your ownership is. The address only, not the land.
But
That's why
what do we think what do we think as people of South Africa about it? Because I remember where I was doing my internship go Bokoni Platinum Mine. The close the village close by, they were mining chrome illegally. They were mining chrome illegally in their own houses. They had a way, whatever, but they were making a lot of money from this illegal thing. So what are we saying with that as the people? Gore? If a person can be able to do it and make money in their own yard, is it wrong or right? That's what I'm saying.
According to statutory law, it's unlawful.
Yeah, I'm
According to
saying it's
statutory law,
unlawful,
it's
but
unlawful.
that's what I know it's unlawful, and we know it's laws and laws, but isn't that
Basically,
what
that's not
holds
fair on the blacks. Is on the black South African who's owning this land is what you're asking, Akiriklo.
Yes, I'm asking Gore, isn't that yeah, what you said, Kanye? Gore, isn't that a way of suppress or of oppressing us in a way?
I don't
Or
think
no?
so. The thing is, the way if there was no corruption, I wouldn't think so, because again, with every law, there's two sides for it. It's either it works for you or it doesn't. Now I think, imagine when if you could just take gold from your backyard willy-nilly, and your neighbors knew gore ha tlo go na le gold gaute, and if I'm bored, I can go in your lapha and get gold. I can go. Do you understand the danger your family would be in just because you have those minerals in your backyard?
also even just to add, even youth law, you'll be greedy. You'll dig and even dig your neighbor's yard now. Yeah, Ibon.
No, I
You
agree.
also endanger yourself because
No,
that
true.
house now will
And
not
also,
have.
when mining these minerals, how is it guaranteed that you will take the correct precautionary measures to make sure? Because you can't just touch some of these raw materials with your bare hands. And there's
yeah.
ways, you understand, some of these raw materials, you need the correct PPE. Like, there's so
And
much
even
that
to
goes
mount,
into it.
I agree 100%. To mount the surface, gore, it shouldn't fall. I get when you are mining, you have to mount the surface so that it doesn't fall on the people that are mining. No, I get that point. Okay, let's switch it to farming. Farming is not hazardous. And Auti said you can't farm in your own house because there's regulations. Is the regulation part? Isn't that where I feel like the oppression comes in? Okay, mining, I get it. It has a lot of safety hazards and etc. etc. You can mine under your house, and then the next day there's heavy rain and then it falls. It's fine. But what about farming? It's not hazardous. It's my house and I'm farming there. My point again, the regulations, aren't they oppressing the black man? They're not obviously not oppressing the white man.
But then again, are you farming for yourself, or are you farming as someone who would be supplying the
And
people?
regulations are not according to color, close. So I wouldn't say they're oppressing a black man.
Yeah.
I would say that
I
they're just
agree.
there to,
Well said.
yes, they're just
No,
there to
Mara,
make
like,
sure that everyone does the right thing.
Mara, let's say white men already have the upper hand with the land thing. We are just behind, 30 years or 100 years behind in catching up to them. So what are the regulations? Whose regulations and like
Anything to do with raw materials, we're not low. I will tell you that it's got nothing to do with the white or black man, but Africa as a whole is oppressed when it comes to anything to do with raw materials. Because
okay, Mara, how is it that it's not white or black?
Because
when it's the white
whether you're
men
black or white,
that put up
let's
those.
take this for example, whether you're black or white, matters not. When trading, let's say when you've got your gold company as a white man in South Africa, do you know that you can't make your gold rings and sell them to America? You can't make your gold rings and sell them to what you call it, to anywhere in the EU, basically. What you're gonna have to do is you'd have to send it to the EU as a raw material. They refine it, they sell it back to you, not even send it back. They sell it back to you. Once you've bought it as a raw material from the EU, then you can begin your manufacturing process, and then you have to reapply for certificates to export that very same product that you
your own
took to the EU in the first place for it to get there again.
I
So
think
whether you're black
all
or
I'm
white,
saying is now
it's
all
just
I'm saying is
oppressing Africa as a whole, not black or white.
I'm just saying that I don't think it's the same thing. I don't think it's the same thing. I feel like as a white person, already you have a step ahead, a step forward, like something to start with.
Mara nakhona, that stereotype, can I just put it out there? I'm not saying white people don't have white people privilege, but also nakhona kunezibongo. Not just every white person has that privilege.
No, obviously I'm not saying every white person.
Yeah, but I'm just saying
But I'm saying
there's people from more affluent families than others
yeah
in the white
no,
community.
they are elite people, but Africa is mostly black populated.
If your father is white and is not rich, you should be worried.
Wait, okay, I get that. I'm saying that the statistics say that the white people versus black people, the rich people are white, but we are the majority. That's what I'm saying. Why is it like that? Answer me there first before I proceed with my thing.
What's your question,
me,
Flo?
Eish, I'm falling behind now, guys. Chloe, I want to be honest with you. Don't make this thing. Don't play a race card when it comes to this thing, because your president is African. And remember, we have the ANC as the ruling party. They have the power to oppose some of these policies, but yet they are there. The ministers, what is this? The cabinet, and they are implementing and overseeing these policies to ensure that we as the citizens and various departments comply. So you can't say white people all the time. There's also a black person
can
who's
say
assisting
that.
there.
I can say
There's
that
also a
because
black person who's
wait,
assisting there.
I can say that because the reconciliation thing was like a facade. It's a facade because a black man, a black person, even though they got the freedom to vote, but they didn't get the land back. The land that we're talking about here now. The forced removals. We can say the ANC has had 30 years, but it's 100 or 8 when they came and colonized this land. It starts from there. So you can't just say 30 years will replace 100 years of displacement, 100 years of the suffering that they put on black people. So you can't say it's not about race. They didn't lose anything.
Do you know what, Clone? I believe you are very right, ne? But also I feel like we as black people have a big role that we are playing in aiding this. We are big enablers to the system oppressing us as well, because
That's what I'm saying.
as a black person is more than happy to buy the face of a white person and throw every other black person under the bus so that they can be ahead. And guess what? They will not pull other black people up when they are ahead. Whereas if you look at other races, not just blacks, if you look at Indians, the way they flock, they flock together. A white person, and simply even in just the workspace, if it's two white people against a black person, trust me, you as a black person are not winning that fight. But if it's two black people against a white person, it's gonna be a black person and a white person that wins that fight. How?
No, the
We
reason
as black people oppress each other to get ahead. And
Yeah, we
yes,
do.
now it's out of trauma and now it's for survival. But for how long are we going to blame it on trauma and survival mode?
But no,
This is why I say
the thing is, I'm saying, Gori, we cannot say it's not. Yes, we are. We to be honest, Rena, as Black people, we are tribalistic. We the white men found us divided. We were already divided through tribes and stuff.
Division doesn't start. Division.
And
we as Black
also
we as Black people are not the first tribe, are not the first race to be divided. Have you seen the way Englishmen and Afrikaners hate each other?
no,
They
even English.
I'm talking about South Africa or Africa.
exactly
I'm
in
talking
South
about
Africa. In South Africa, an English speaking white person and an African speaking white person, they clash like crazy.
I've never seen that, and I've never experienced that, and I've never seen a history of that. Okay, I've seen a history of that. I know a history of that. I know
Because they
they
will
fought
cover
over.
each other, they won't
Okay, I
go
know
in
that they
front of
fought.
you.
I know
But
that.
as Black people,
But
we
why is
clash.
it not? But why,
Flo,
if it's in everybody's faces, why is it not in everybody's faces?
Flo, listen. Flo, listen.
Yes, they sly
How
about
many,
it.
how many Black-owned political parties exist within this republic?
Make
And why
I want to understand your point. What's your point with that one?
how many political parties have Black people presiding as presidents within South Africa?
All of them.
All of them, except for DA and maybe Action SA or whatnot. But I want to ask you one question. Why is it that all these political parties can't just unite and address some of these issues that we are talking about now?
They can't
had
unite
the
because
tears.
they
They had the
they can't unite the same way tribes were not uniting. They didn't have the same culture or the same whatever.
But they're all fighting for the same thing.
What
The
are the same
economy and the
thing?
land. The economy and the land.
So what do you think? What do you think they're not uniting since they're fighting for the same thing? You answer the question, because why do you
No,
think they're not
what
uniting?
I'm trying to say is, as much as we had 30 years to recover, we will not recover because we are selling each other. Everyone has their own interest at hand. And even if they achieve something, they retain more of their benefits than normal citizens. So
Yeah,
this
but
is why you will
that
not
will
see,
never
this
change.
is why,
It's happening in the whole of Africa.
yes, this is why, Chloe, you will not see any change in your life, regardless of how hard the president can work or a political party can work, because you're not a part of it.
That one I get it, but I'm saying don't you can't say to me I shouldn't add race into it, or white people
Yes,
didn't play
you
a role
can't.
into
You
it.
can't, because even the
I
person who has
can.
the same skin
I
color as
can.
you is selling you out.
No, I can, because they started it.
But you're being biased like that in that way, because
I'm
now you have
not.
someone who can
I'm
you have
also
someone who
agreeing
can
with you.
refute
I'm
this
also
thing, but they
agreeing
are
with
not.
you that I'm also agreeing with you that South Africa at this stage today, it's how it is because of black leaders. I'm saying that. But what you are not going to say to me is that when I speak about how we got here as black people, it's because of the white men. You cannot tell me not to say that, or you cannot say don't play the race card or whatever. The race card is going to be there. We are not going to
Because now,
whitewash history and make it look like, okay, since ANC has been corrupt for the past 30 years, then the white man is off the hook. If they
no,
didn't
but this
displace people and they allowed them to stay where they are. If you move from Guyana, there's this Guyana that R545 or whatever. There's a barricade of a fence from Guyana to Palabur. That's like almost like it's how many Ks? It's a barricade. It's just a barricade of fence. The white man, there's nothing there. There's nothing there.
Okay, Chloe, let me help you understand. Before the white person intervened, So if you want the root cause, okay, let's just put it out there.
Agreed.
Mar come
Wabona ka Buloi.
Sorry,
Agreed.
sorry.
Let me,
Dumela.
yeah.
Buloi, Kanya, I'm curious now. I think I must just speak up. What do you mean, Buloi?
Guys, witchcraft has been existent for decades, for forever. You understand? And white people, the only reason why they were able to infiltrate our land and all of that stuff is because they found us divided anyway, and so it was making it
Yes.
easier. And
The-
just vele siloyana thina singabantu abamnyama siziloyelana
No,
singaxabanisa, you
Kanya,
understand?
Kanya, even apart from witchcraft, fighting for land. We
No, but
also
that's the
fought for
root
land
cause
when
of
there
why
were wars in the
we were
past.
divided. I mean, so like if we are being honest now and we are being real with ourselves, that's the root cause. Because even in our little families, that's the thing that's dividing a lot of families right now.
So, guys, Mara, what are we saying? Are we saying that white people are more competent in leading a
No,
society?
I
Or
wouldn't say that. The thing is, white people are able to put their differences aside for a common cause. Black people are not willing to do that.
But who is? Since we are saying black people are like to, when they are leaders, they
Hi
front
guys.
themselves.
Hi guys.
Hi,
Okay.
Zeus.
How are you? How are you? I'm sorry, Sis Lo. I'm sorry, Queen. Sis Kanya, can you please give me an example when you say that white people are where they are because of they have a common goal, they're united? Can you please give me a example or a deal let them results,
No, I didn't say
tangible
that they are
results?
where they are because they. No, I'm saying, but when white people have a common goal, they unite. When their goal is common, they will have allies in each other and all of that. Whereas with us as black people, we fighting too hard to be the one that gets it. That we forget
Okay, I
that
hear you, but can you give me an example that you can make to say that when white
I
people
can't think of an immediate
come
example
together and
right
have
now.
a
You
common
kind
goal,
of put me on the
like
spot. Sorry about that.
Artumang, yes, I can give you one example. Solidarity and AfriForum.
Trade agreements. There are a lot of trade agreements that have
Solidarity.
existed from the past until now, and they are looking towards a destined future that remains unknown to us because we are stuck in so many political, ideological conflicts. And regardless of our engagement in those conflicts, we don't get any resolution.
And a lot of the time, even if they disagree amongst themselves, they will never, ever, their disagreement will never make them put a black person above each other. They'd rather strangle each other in their own little cage. Whereas, seen as black people, you are more than happy to sell out your own.
Yeah, they don't deviate from the plan. They don't
but
deviate from the
politically
plan.
speaking, or in terms of background and history, it's easy for us to see them as united and all of that when the system gave them the upper foot or the advantage for them to get the upper hand on blacks. So,
But it's their
I've
system.
never seen a situation
They
where black
created the
people win.
system. That's again, it's because it's
It's
a
their
system that they
system. We
created
never had the
in
constitution.
unity.
So,
And
sorry?
the
We never
reason
had
why
the
they were able to
constitution in South
infiltrate us in
Africa.
the first place is because they found us divided.
And they
How
came
were
with
we
their own
divided,
system.
Mama?
Guys, there was different
According to
tribes
tribes,
long
guys.
ago.
Come
There
on,
was
man.
different tribes, even within our different tribes, there were certain surnames that were deemed better than others. There were others that were deemed bottom of the barrel. It's been there. We can't act brand new to that now.
Not true.
Kanya.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, Sis Kanya,
We
but
even
I would
sold. I
like to
mean, black
correct
people were
you. That is not.
black people were selling other people as slaves, most.
But Kanya,
You
no, Sis Lo, but that is not true. But you can't allow you to say that when it's not true.
okay? It's
I've
true.
never
Let's see.
seen. I've never heard of tribal cleansing in
Check your
Southern
history,
Africa.
Zeus.
Please,
Check your
Besides
history,
up
Zeus.
there.
please educate me,
Check your
because
history.
I clearly have the wrong end of the stick. So educate me.
No.
Keep an
You
open
might
Keep an
have
open
one. Maybe I
mind.
don't know about. I'm
Check your
referring
history, Zeus.
specifically to South Africa. If you go north of Africa, example, in Nigeria, there was tribal cleansing where the Zulus, and I'm just making an example, you find the Zulus and the Tswanas literally killing each other for political positions. That has never happened in South Africa. So there's a
Yes,
difference
Zulus and
between
Tswanas were
cultural
killing each other.
difference.
No, but the
Sorry?
cultural, the thing is, the cultural differences start as
Zeus, tell me, why do you
My
think they
brother.
established the
Sorry?
Mkhwana's thing there in KZN, the political killings, if they don't slaughter each other? Why did they specifically establish that task team in KZN?
When we talking about political assassinations, then we are bringing in a totally different avenue. Like I was saying, my point was coming to Otis Kanya when she was saying that black people are not united. I was disagreeing with that. If you're talking about political assassinations, or then we drawing in a totally different avenue.
no. When I
We've
said we were
seen
not
that.
united, I was dating it back to the beginning of time, even so, like even before we were successfully colonized, we were already divided, which is why they were able. You know, ngesinto kuthiwa impethu ingena ngenxeba. It may have
Kanya,
seemed
Kanya,
like
I don't
But
understand
that is
where
not
you get
true,
this
Sis
division,
Kanya.
my sister.
How? When? Give us an
When and how
example.
were we divided? Perhaps maybe
How were we
let's hear
divided?
your side of the
for
story
every
so that we
tribe there
can
was a
understand.
different king, right? Am I wrong?
Yes.
So all these
No,
kings,
you're right.
not all these kings were in unity with each other. They already wanted certain land. There were certain tribes that wanted. Okay, I don't have the full history at the back of my head, but roughly I can say they themselves wanted the specific land for themselves and their kingdom and their nation, and it kept. There was war about cattle. There was war about crops. There was war
But
about
Kanya,
That is not
what,
true,
Kanya,
Kanya. Where
what,
do you
and I'm
get
not
that?
saying world
It's not
war. I'm
true.
just saying
Kanya,
it
what,
was internal tribal wars that
Kanya,
have
what
been
you're
there.
talking
That is
about,
not true.
you are talking
Tonga
about.
people, so
You're not
listen,
talking
it was
about
black people that were trading. It was black
Kanya.
people that were trading other black people as slaves.
You're
It
not talking
was
about. You're not talking about division. When you're talking about family problems.
no, but that again, like I said, in but the smallest
It's
problem,
not
the smallest
division.
hole.
That is not
Mara, it's
division.
division.
That
It
is
That's
not
is
different.
It's
division.
division. It
division
okay. Tell
because
me how. Tell me how one black person selling another black person off as a slave is not division. Tell me how that's unity.
Where did you get the slavery, Kanya?
Kanya,
Where do
were
you get the
people allowed to
slavery,
marry
Kanya?
in other
Where?
tribes? Were people allowed to marry?
No, they
Was a Zulu
weren't.
was a Zulu allowed to marry a Pedi person
It
back
was
then?
taboo.
Okay,
Exactly. So that's
Kanya,
division.
can I correct you, Gangani? When you're talking about ancient kings and you say that they were fighting with regards to crops, you mentioned something about cattle and all of that. Um, uh, Here in South Africa specifically, we never had that. A space and real estate and land was never an issue in between black people. If you went during Shaka Zulu's time, you went up north. Hoshi's Kukune was that side, and Mpepu, and you had Kazankulu. And when you're coming towards the south, that's when you had King Mushweshwe and all of that. The only king that went into other king's kingdom, it was Shaka Zulu, out of his curiosity. He never conquered other tribes. He never conquered them. He went to explore other land out of
So when I
curiosity.
said even
Can
within
I?
tribes of the same people of the same tribe, there's division. Do you not see that you're currently explaining my point right now to me?
No, 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 no. I was saying to you, that when you're talking about division, there's a difference between selfish division and then cultural division. If you're talking about the Zulus and the Tsongas, what purpose or interest would have forced them to come together at that time? When you say a common purpose, what purpose could they have for them to come and unite and be one? Because of these were different tribes, we have cultural differences. I'm a vendor, and then I would say, just an example, is Kanya, you are Zulu. we have different cultural, we have difference in culture. Yes, we are black, but you are a Zulu, I'm Venda. Us being black, it doesn't mean that even culturally. Obviously, there are some cultural similarities that we will share.
Yes.
You would know that if you mongena endlini ukhumula isigcoko, when you're talking to umuntu omdala umbheke emehlweni, that's the basic cultural belief of black people. It doesn't mean that we are different. It's just that we have a difference in terms of our stem, in terms of culture. But that does not mean that we are not united. I don't look at the
Process.
Zulu person, my brother.
That's why these things, they are family problems. They're not cultural divisions. There is no division.
Now I beg to differ, because if we are now selling each other off, because there was no white person that came here and sold a black person. No, it started off with one black person selling out other black people.
Where do you
two
get
white
this
people
But
information?
as
Siskanya,
slaves.
you see, for a black person to say that, for me, it's very disappointing because of we are looking at
Disappointing
our
or not, it's
problems
fact. Who
currently.
was selling black people off in the
Kanya,
beginning?
Okay, I hear you, my
No,
sister.
I'm
I
asking
hear
who
you.
was selling black people off to the colonizers and slaves? Who?
It was the
Where is that? Where
Nigerians.
did you hear that?
Are
It
they
was the
white?
Nigerians.
Are those
Nigerians.
people white? Are
It was the
Nigerians white?
Nigerians.
Are
They are
Nigerians white?
But
Okay, maybe
guys,
let's
let me tell you something.
because
Zeus,
Kanya,
Zeus,
I wanna ask
Zeus,
this question, guys.
But Kanya,
How
how can you
how
take?
did
How
the
can you
Tonga
take?
tribe?
Yes, sir.
Wait, guys,
Zeus,
I wanna ask
Zeus,
this
Yes, my brother.
question.
My brother.
Zeus. Watch
My
Hidden
brother.
Colors. Do you know Hidden Colors?
Sorry.
Do you know Hidden Colors?
In colors. No, I've
Yes.
seen it. I've never watched it, but I will.
Watch Hidden Colors. That's Black American people talking about the history of Africans. Watch that. Watch part 1 to
Okay.
part 5.
So,
We will not have an argument like this.
Mr. Leon, then it is okay for us to take action of the few and then condemn the entire race. Is that what you're saying?
Just watch that. Simple.
No, I'm
Watch
asking
it.
you that is it okay? Is it okay for us to take the actions of the few and then condemn the entire race?
Watch that
When
thing.
you're saying that black people, no, I'm asking you that is it okay for us to take the actions of the few and then condemn the entire race?
It is not, but it's what people do.
Okay, I'm
Everyone
not
does.
condemning the entire race, yeah, but Nanyabuza, has there been a white person or Mazio that will sell out another white person to a black person? I'm
Yes.
just asking.
Yep.
Even when we say white people, there are
Oscar
different kinds of white
Pistorius.
people. It's what people do. There are different kinds of white
I
people.
think I mentioned that earlier to say even
Kanya,
I think I'm the one
Kanya,
that mentioned that even Afrikaners and Englishmen, they don't mix.
It
Kanya.
says Kanya, Yazi, the point that I was trying to get to, Mr. Leon, my brother. I don't know if you guys maybe will feel this as well. We are, you see, luckily as South Africans, we are able to sit down and have these types of conversations in terms of the current state that a black South African is in right now. We all know the state that we're in, and then we can't deny the fact that that system that was imposed on our parents and our grandparents set us back so far that we are trying to look for
That I
other
can
ways
agree
to
with.
blame or to put a blame. Guys, that system was the most perfect constructed system in terms of dividing people, making people believe that they're inferior. And yes, it's over. People might say that, no, but you can't say that it's been 30 years. No. We are seeing the results right now. We are seeing the results right now. I don't know if you guys know of a company called Karen Beef. They own a land there in Kronstadt in the Free State. I wish you guys can just take a drive and go there to see how the system, when it plays in your advantage, 100 years later or 80 years later, how your great grandkids will be benefiting from it. A perfect example of that. So we can't sit here and say it is happening because of black people were not that. And guys, that system set us back so bad that the effects, I never experienced it. I was born in 89. I never experienced it because when it ended, I was only 5 years old. So I can't say that I've experienced it, but the effects, we are feeling them right now. You see? So that's what I'm saying, that eventually the point is going to come back to saying that we need to come back to sit down and say, guys, in terms of the land, we need to sit down to say that how do we get to take that back and make it work for us? Because of they've constructed the system so complicated that it's hard even for our leaders to sit down with them and say, guys, we need to talk, we need to reach a compromise. A compromise has to be reached at the end. You go to the Western Cape, you go to your winelands and everything, go Google search the property prices there. See how much it is, who are the owners. I can tell you now, majority of the land in the Western Cape is owned by a white person. And that's a conversation that South Africans find awkward to talk about. When that's the very system that set us back, then a compromise has to be reached. It has to be.
Zeus,
Because
I
as
have
long
a
as we are ducking, diving around that, nothing's gonna come out.
Zeus, I have a question, and I raised this
Yes,
question
ma'am.
to Auti in the thing. We had an experiment of people fighting for a specific land in a certain area, and they gave them the land back, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The land was farming tea in Zanin. It was a big land that they were farming tea, the white people. The people there, they fought for the land. They gave them the land back. Now the land is no longer, it's just the land. It's just bare land. My question is, okay, we fight for the land, but who gets to get the land? Like, for example, now in Cape Town, like Stellenbosch, if we fight for that land, who benefits in getting back that land? We can say all of us, it's not all of us, obviously, who's going to get the land back, right? So who are the top 10 who are going to get that land? And those top 10 people, are they still going to be like the government that we have now and be greedy? Or like that's where I'm contradicted with black leadership, is because I work for a certain mine, and the manager of the mine was a white person for so many years. When that manager left, it was a black person as a manager after him. I want to tell you that mine today is closed. It didn't take 2 years. So we can sit here and act like we need land back, but we know that the person at the bottom is not going to get that land. It's still going to be the elite sharing that land, being rich and richer. So, or taking the land, misusing it, and then it's both things. People lose jobs and also don't even get the land back. So my question is, we want the land back, yes. But what is the plan after that? Because we already have black leadership in the whole of Africa. Or the whole of Africa is black leadership. It's black president, black women president. We already have that. I'm not saying white people. Actually, let me leave the white people out of this. But when I gave you an example, a clear-cut example, or the reason why I left that specific mine is because 2 years later, with a black manager, they corrupted everything. So you can understand where the average person comes from when they've seen the black leadership.
This is why, Chloe, I say you have your own people to blame for that. The 30 years that they had to try and bring back change to the black community, they didn't do that. So there's no balance.
I'd like to beg to differ on that also, Leone. In as much as yes, like I said, I will forever maintain my stance and say yes, black people being divided is not helping matters. That I'll forever maintain my stance on that. But also remember, when the land is now taken over by a black person, they don't have the expertise and experience required to keep that running, and don't know what was happening behind the scenes when it was being run by a white person. When are you just thinking you're taking over a business and you're carrying on, you bought a business or whatever, and there might have been issues prior to that land being owned by a black person, and they didn't have the skills to revive it, which is why now it was easy for it to say, I let the black person take it over. Then it seems like we as black people run things to the ground. But the thing is, it's not that white people are not corrupt. They are more trained at it than black people are. I don't know if I'm making sense there.
No, Kanya,
Yes, ma'am, you are.
what you're saying is what I said when I started. The reason why I chose property ownership, I did say that
Sorry, I wasn't there for
managing
your
a farm
submission. Sorry, sir.
requires dedication as well as
Mhm.
the acquisition of or the acquiring of or possession of certain credentials that will require you to either go to any educational institution for you to actually obtain the skills and the knowledge required for you to run a farm.
And
So if you
sometimes it's
don't
not
have
even
that,
about
you can't do anything.
sometimes it's not even about the institution that you went to early on.
Maybe even
Experience
the
is the
connections.
greatest. Experience is the greatest teacher you can have. It's like, for example, when early on you'll buy a house, you maintain your house, everything is running well, everything is fine, the municipal bills are paid on time, everything is run properly, and then next thing you pass on, your children inherit the house. People would just look at it as, your children are lucky they inherited the house. But they have to keep that house running. And do they know the things that you put into place to keep that house running? Sometimes they don't. They learn it on the way. And sometimes even if they do from a theoretic point of view, it will be shaky ground that they start on before they get the swing of how to keep that household running. Which is why they always say
No,
when a father figure or the head of a house passes on, it's very visible. Or when the person who was running a certain thing, when ownership has changed, it's always very visible. We've seen it even in companies where now the original owners of this company passes on, their children take over, and suddenly their children are now grasping at straws to keep this thing afloat.
You know, Sis Chloe, I hear what you're saying, my sister, and I feel what you're saying because of we've seen that happen so many times. To see the benefits of that Land Reform Act come to the normal person, it's something that's going to take a while. It's not something that's going to happen now. And I think that's something that we as people, and I say people, I'm going to refer to black people, we are lacking, which is patience. If we are saying that, I'm going to give an example with Ko Limpopo, where I'm from. A part of our land was given back from that white guy was farming tea. So while they came to an agreement to the government to say, okay, a certain portion will be given back to your people. The community, I was so proud of them. They stood up to say, we know nothing. All we know is working the land, but we know nothing. Would you mind staying on for a couple of years to show us the ropes in terms of the running of that institution, so that we can fully understand, even if when you're not here, we are able to do that. Even when the land is fully given to us, then we are able to work it. And the owner, fortunately, he stayed on and said, no, it's fine. I will give you guys the training that you guys need. So the physical transferring of that administration we need to also take into consideration. If I say, "Khuri, I'm going to fight for land, and where there's my land, there's a mine, I'll take over it." I know nothing about a mine. I'm a call center agent. I know nothing about a mine. So I personally wouldn't want to take over that without proper training. There are well-trained black people that can run these Fortune 500 institutions and run it very well. We've seen that in the private sector. Some of the biggest companies in South Africa, they're being run by a young black man that's thriving. I mean, Mr. Sims Shabalala, it's an exceptional example of that. So I don't think it's a matter of saying that if we get it, we're gonna run it to the ground. No, if we get it, let us have that decent phase or that decent conversation to say that Mr. Leon is sitting down with Siskanya to say that, okay, I'll be transferring this to you. But while I'm transferring to you, these are the channels that I need to show you. You need to take people for training. You need to pay for training. You need to do 1, 2, 3, 4. You need to do 1, 2, 3, 4. I highly doubt if some years later Mr. Leon will come back and find that thing run to the ground, especially if he had left people that are well qualified in terms of running that institution. So to make sure that it does not run to the ground and that it reaches that person on the ground, it's not something that will happen overnight. It will take time. And I think as black people, that's where we need to practice patience to say that does allow that process to take place. That does allow that transferring of information, transferring of training and skills to take place.
I don't remember, but Mr. Ancient had a question before we even went out of the topic. I don't know if he's still here to ask that question.
Okay, it's not really attentive here, but can I ask Glow? Was there a reason given as to why this mine crashed when the black person took ownership of it? Like, I'd like to get to know what caused it, what was the real reason why they closed down and all of that.
The reason they gave us like workers, right? ke gore it was declining in sales. So what happened was when the manager came in, the black manager came in, he changed the system. He started getting tender, the contracts, you understand? Like the workers were no longer permanent workers. You would bid, it would be his friends bidding for the contract out clean. Before him, everyone was permanent. They were working under the mine. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. When he entered, he then started with contracts. Cleaning department was contracts. The electrical department was contracts. The safety department, you understand? So that all his friends can bid and get that contract.
And what was the reason for the sale?
The reason for what?
For the change of management.
I think the white people started leaving, to be honest. I don't want to lie. Because
Why?
I don't know
Because white
why.
people don't leave a place that has growth potential. That's why I'm asking why. Because it could have been something that was already beginning to collapse, and then this person came in with different strategies trying to keep it standing, and then failed dismally because, again, they're not really experienced perhaps in the mining industry. They've been management maybe in a different field or different industry, but not in mining. And now that's why I'm trying to establish to say we can't just blanket it and say because a black person took over. I just want to
No, but
understand
the thing is, I
what
get it.
made these white people flee, because it could have been a build-up
They
from
started fleeing. They started fleeing after the boss left, their manager, the white manager. So I feel
why?
like because they don't want to be under a black person. That was my point. That's where I was coming from with it. Or since the boss was not white, then they started leaving. The same way
Did he retire? Did he leave for greener pasture?
No, he
What
was
happened?
retiring actually.
Oh, okay.
He was like in his retirement phase, and then they put another man, and then the white people then they started leaving after that white person. I think after the changes, to be honest, like we were not getting the same benefits. You know, miracle when the difference, man. There's a difference. You're no longer doing.
Gets the same benefits and continuously, because again there's things like your inflation, there's a lot of things at play. That's why I'm asking. I just want more information before I make it a
No,
blanket.
It closed in 2016.
Uh-huh.
So there was the inflation at that time. I don't think there was.
There was. It's
Mara,
just
it was not
better
the
than it is
reason.
now.
But
It's not as bad as it is
not the
now.
reason. It was not the reason, Kanya. These people were really, really. You could see. Hore, some people out of nowhere they'll be like, "Let me get a C." What do they call those tender things? C what? I'm going to get it. Yeah, I'm going to get it. Yeah, I wanna bid it. What in the maintenance? What in the mine? You could hear or now it's a group thing, man. There's a group
So
in the
okay, so I hear
community.
that they outsourced cleaners and all other things, but within their production, within their mining, did they cut down or did they skimp on the resources that went into the production? What happened?
I don't think so. But when they say when the reason on Google or a statement for everyone to see, gore the mine was no longer doing well. It was declining in sales. Like they were no longer, but the mineral is still there. I remember they said when they were bidding to buy it.
It may not be that the mine was declining in sales, but then
No, it was
remember,
not, because it's still
whatever
there.
profit
And
that you're getting, if you're not using it according to the previous owner and you're using it for your own enrichment, then you'll have problems.
Yeah,
I
that
agree.
is true.
That's what I'm saying, Kerry. The mismanagement made the
So,
mine close. The
so
mismanagement,
Sister,
because
is this your I don't know how to put it,
no, guys, I
your
was
lack of
interning.
confidence in black leadership?
Well, no, I'm not saying I have lack of lead. Like I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I have lack of confidence for the black lead. I'm saying from what I've experienced, you know, in all the presidency that we had, all the presidents that we had, my own experience when I first started getting a job, because I was interning in that mine when it was closing down. So it was my first job going to work, like actual work. So when I started working there, and then I started with 2 years before, it was a white person, everything was fine. We were getting nice benefits, we were getting really good stipends. And then the white person leaves. Now the stipend is cut in half. Now there's no longer benefits. Now you can see like there's really, really bad changes. And when you come to find out, these people have their own groups that they are starting to eat. You could hear what the owner of this tender is the cousin of the manager. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of things that black people do when they put each other in. You could see now the changes, man. Like that's what I'm saying. Even me, when I have a company, I'm not saying what I won't put my sister to somewhere where she can be. I'm saying what it's in us. I'm not saying I'm not gonna put her where she'll be comfortable, but does she know what to do and how to run that thing now? We never think about those kind of things.
Yeah, that is true. But we've seen those instances everywhere. Now I stay in Tembisa, guys. I work around Kempton Park. I see a lot of companies where you get someone's surname Kichweni, and then you would find 7 trainees in the company, and then you are high, when you find out what is Kaya, we are happy. Oh, we are from the same area where the manager comes from, and all of that. I mean, that is happening. I wouldn't have a problem with that, even if it's nepotism. it's it's not allowed. But then
You are probably
as long as you're
situated
getting
in Isando somewhere. The stories you are relating, it's probably
hey,
Isando.
you
No,
know,
Tina,
Siskanya.
that I'm agreeing with you. So I don't have a
So yeah,
problem with that. The only problem is that I'm
as
putting
long
my
as long as
sister
the job
there, but she can't do the
is
job.
as long as the job is being done, I don't see any problem. If I'm a cousin of Put Leon, and then Leon saying that, hey Zeus, I have a position for you where, and I'm well qualified for that, and I'm doing the job well. I don't see any problem in that. The only problem is that if we giving people status or positions just because of the cut of their skin, that's where I have a problem with. To say that no, you will get that position because
Also,
of you're
another
black.
issue, another
We need to start saying that. We need to start saying that you will get that position because you are qualified for it. Yes, you are black. You are related to Siskanya, but you are qualified for that position. You know how to do the job. Then for me, I'll be fine with it. I don't have a problem with that. You know. So that's what we're seeing in our administrative offices. If you go to your local municipalities, you find abo Masego bonke and all of that. I wouldn't have a problem with that as long as they're getting the job done. That's fine. But we need to also remember that somewhere somehow there needs to be a line that we need to draw to say that whether I know that person or not, as long as they are qualified for the job, they have experience in the job, then I wouldn't have a problem with it, and they are getting results.
another issue, another thing I have an issue with is the fact that as black people we will go to schools, learn how to do certain things, be taught how to work the system in certain, be taught the job in the in the legal sense. But like guys,
Yes,
the real money is made in the illegal side of things. Like to keep these business afloat, there's quite a few illegal things that go into play to keep them afloat. So when as a black person you're gonna go there with your degree and
Tanya,
you're
don't
gonna be
be
This is
innocent, you're gonna
Kanya.
be trying to run everything
This
in a
is
black
Kanya.
and
So
white way,
Tanya, you
but we
wanna
are
give
so
not
people
taught how
ideas.
to
You wanna give
corruption
people ideas.
nicely. And then you corruption wrong when it's time to corruption. But we are not taught, no, man. What about that father there? If you keep him happy, the business is gonna stay open. If you piss that man off, you fucked everything up for everybody. Stuff like that. We don't get taught these things. And that's my
Kanya,
biggest, I feel like that's where the biggest
Kanya,
problem is.
this
And
Kanya
also,
when we
I
look
feel
shit,
like,
Kanya.
and also as black people,
Kanya,
we agreed, to be honest. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of, like, if I have 2 million and they say that build something and I build something proper, and then if there's change I take it. Now we take the 2 million instead of taking the change. You
Tell
can
me
take
who
the
not to
change,
piss
man.
off.
Take the change.
Tell
It's
me who
there.
not to piss off. Don't tell me how to do. Yeah. Tell me who I must keep happy. Tell me who I mustn't make angry. Tell me things like that. You don't get taught.
Yeah,
Mr.
berekanyana, like
Leon,
build a clinic.
Mr. Leon, these ladies are very corrupt. We can lose Pavel Loli and at least work halfway.
no, but what Kanya is saying is the truth with regards to the regulatory bodies as well as inspectors. There are so many companies that exist today that have faults. You understand? And the proper way to get rid of those faults or to suspend them, is to bribe someone. So that's the honest truth. There are so many companies that are actually even with regards to pollution. You understand? They are breaking the regulations, and for them to remain functioning or existing, they have to pay a certain amount. It's actually true.
For
This is why
carbon
when
I
footprint
buy
and
the
everything.
company from you when Leon, when you knew who you were bribing. You don't tell me, Bona. Don't try and
Mara,
bribe
do
me
the
and
job.
this one. Now I'm doing the job. Just
Mara,
clean
do the job, Kanye. While you're
I'm
bribing, do the job.
I'm doing the job diligently and best and as great as I can. But again, I don't know every single weakness that this company has, because again, when you've been bribing your way out of these evaluations, bribing your way out of audits. So I think I'm buying a company that is Pashas, that's good. And then bayabuya bazong-audita mina. And they find all these faults.
Yeah, and you don't know how to solve it. You don't know how to solve it.
This
Then
is
you start panicking.
So teach me, tell me who to talk to. Tell me who I mustn't even
Um,
try bribing. Tell me, don't just leave me to try and bribe anybody.
Okay, guys,
but
look,
can
thanks. Wonderful topic, ne, but I have to go now. I'm actually a guest in this house and I'm the only person who's left talking. So I feel we should
Alright.
have this topic again tomorrow so that we can reach a proper conclusion. But
Thank you,
thanks,
thank you,
guys.
thank you. I just realized for the
Thank
autism
you,
no
sir.
longer here to moderate.
Mr. Pat, I think you can
Yeah.
come in there because I
Yeah.
see you have your hand raised.
Hayi namhlanje bengingenayo acknowledgement nami bengumunye bengiyilunga le-panel namhlanje bengingeyona i-moderator.
Ngezwa no Glow naye today is talking, hey?
Hayi namhlanje filtered lalelayo si-passionate.
Okay.
But where's the
I
moderator?
was I
There was a
was here.
moderator, but see, there
I
was a
was
moderator. I ran away.
when I came in, he left. But I was here earlier, talking to. Well, I didn't talk much, no, ancient, but this topic for me, and maybe I'm gonna deviate from the current conversation, but here's my personal view. I don't see black people managing land well. First and foremost, I heard Upapa Panyaza from Gauteng requesting that may we stop opening informal settlements, and after doing so, come back to the government and request services that were not planned for in that financial year. However, there's another side to that kind of a story, that outside the city, informal settlements are being established on land that either belongs to traditional authority or a specific municipality and that has control of that. What then happens is demolition of places, of buildings and so on and stuff like that. But that conversation goes a bit deeper. There is a cartel or an individual or a family that sold this land to people as stands. And I always question, and I say, whoever is selling these land, this piece of property, and it is hardly ever sold as commercial property. I have not heard of a cartel that does that is trying to build a commercial area or industrial area. Every time a person or a group of black people get a piece of land, they sell stands to people. And generally, this is my problem with this whole thing, is that firstly, a charge is going to be there, 5,000, 10,000, whatever the case may be. And where I am from, a stand 25 by 30 goes for 10 minimum. I've heard others buying for 40 and so on and stuff like that. 2 years down the line, that very same group of people that was selling this land using guns or bribe or having lawyers to fight the municipality after demolition and so on, 2 years down the line, those spaces, there's not been a reservation for the following things: a healthcare facility, even if it's just a structure, and then leasing it out to the government, a security place where there will be policing or any sort of things like that. Where am I getting at is these monies, where are they going? Who is holding these monies? And why isn't it that amongst ourselves, we are unable to service ourselves, even though we have the power to do that? I do not want to blame the government over land. So much land is being used by us as people. Let's forget the ones where we are applying to have them taken back from a Verwoord. That is something totally different. Because when we talk about that, you cannot talk about land reform and not include the late, and may soul rest in peace, Didi Mabuza. where he has continuously fought for black people who are CPAs under communal property agreements with the government. Look at those farms. Those farms are being leased by the government to people. How many of them are paying their annual rates? Yes, they get assistance, but they get assistance from the government through fencing, through agricultural processes. Worse, black people are now leasing per hectare, 450 per hectare for a person who's going to come and plant maize and give this person 60,000, the total 30,000 now and 30 when I leave. Why aren't we the ones able to service ourselves without being dependent? I feel like with us as black people, assets are traumatic. When we have them, they must just find a way to disappear, regardless of it's a mine, regardless of, but anyway, I'm just here to pass that on. I've got too many questions to people that actually have the power to do these things, or have had the power to do this. I'm one of them, but I got chased away through guns and violence and whatever the case may be. But I wanted to do something totally different. But in any case, I'll rest there. I don't want to talk about and insult anyone that stays in a flat or whatever the case may be. No. I'm talking about things that I am exposed to on a daily.
Hey guys. Hello guys.
Mr. Osmamelo, I just have a follow-up for Butsi. I'm so sorry, Queen. Do you mind if I can ask you something?
Oh no, speak your mind.
Oh, okay. Butsi, can I just engage you kancane, Khotmandam? When we referring to ownership and leasing, because those are two different things, and the purpose that we have for a certain specific piece of land, whether it may be residential or commercial, should we write off the skills training and expertise part into saying that yes, the results or the profits we may not be able to yield in a short space of time, but over an established period of time? Don't you think that is happening because of we are lacking the patience for that, or it's because of we may be too hasty for us to say that let us possess it first and get training later? Or should it be a question of saying that training first and possession later?
Okay. I hope I'm able to answer your question properly. Over time, as black people, we have failed, even in 10 years, to yield from the availability of the land that does not even need a process of anything like that. There's no monies that have to be paid. There's land, you see it, you mark it, it's yours. It's only a few people have been able to show yield from that. Hence, I'm saying to you, there are informal settlements that have been established, but till today, the group of those cartels, 10 people, or even if it's a registered consortium, none of them that I have heard of, and I'm in contact with these people almost every other day, have been able to protect themselves, whether have a security company or look, that is just that part of the conversation. As part of training, I don't see it possible, because in this group of people that have access and have thought about this and say we're going to do this, they fail amongst themselves and understand each other. Hence, Ukanya would say there's a trust issue. I look at it as there is an illegal agenda to it. Most of these people that are going to start receiving these monies are the first people that are going to build a block of flats or rooms to let out. They are going to disappear in 2 years' time. They're going to resurface in a different piece of land. They're going to put politics there. It's a ward district now. Now we need services. Yet they got the money. They got the resources, whether it was water rights, whether it's not even water rights. You don't even have water rights, but you're using that to benefit yourself and not the community. This particular person or this particular group of 3 or 4, it's not even more than 5, that are going to yield the most from whatever these people are doing, illegally so, that are going to start leasing out buildings to people at an exorbitant amount. You look at the structuring of rentals that they are doing. Some of them are illegal, built poorly. And I'm saying now, it's not that I'm saying black men can't do it. One of the biggest problem is there are too many leaders. We ought to allow ourselves to be led by a merit-based person. This person was able to build a mall and lease it out. Should be a person that could build an estate for people at a subsidized amount. We do not have to wait for a government to do that. There are actually people who are doing it, that are building complexes. They are able, they've got the skill. We've got people with the skill, but they'll never see light of day because there is this group of people with guns and intimidation, and they're telling you our forefathers were here. That is not true. Our grandmothers worked this farm. They don't even know where the graves are. Yet people will be removed from, their remains will be removed there and placed Lord knows where. So I'm saying to you, it's not even an issue of training. We have people that have already given merit, they have got the merit to do this, but they will never see an opportunity to do that because we've got, whether it's a registered consortium, the illegal way, we've got cartels that want to, show post every weekend in communities by Verpaz or whatever. That's why we have a Mandlanga Commission.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yes.
I've answered you.
Yeah, no.
That's my
No, you
opinion.
have, my brother. You're right, you have. Thank you so much.
See you guys.
Thank you so much, guys. You've added so much, and honestly speaking, this is so educational.
You're making me
Because in
realize
most
that I've
cases,
been living in my own little bubble. But
this
anyway,
has,
yeah.
this has been actually very educational because of the fact that sometimes we think we know things. Because you ask yourself, why Hosana Shabalala Holdings, but Ridziba Bowen from the chest. And then we hear things like there's 99 years of what, the leases. It's funny, what. And we don't talk about these type of things because it's so convenient for us to say, no, you don't mind that 8.5 or 10.14 coming out your account because of the fact that you're not amongst the people that are struggling amongst you. And when I say amongst you, I'm saying people that look like you. And in most cases, this is why we have these conversations about the fact that sometimes we can't keep letting these leaders lead us blindly. This thing of saying, guys, just go and a land, and you forget that there's a reason why a conveyancer exists. There's a reason why people have to overlook the fact that, does this place have water? Does this place have accessibility to electricity? You can't just any para just go to a golf estate, and then, because obviously it affects the quality and the fact that when you worked, you had to go get a loan in your area, you fought for that loan. As a black person, you're more highly vetted than a person of non-black activity. Let me say black activity, of black activity, and you're much more vetted when you go to the bank. And then you ask yourself, okay, why is the value of this area going down? And it's those type of things that we speak of. And in most cases, most of these political people that don't live in those areas know very well what they're doing. They don't mind the fact that other people are inconvenienced They are living very comfortably where they are. They are protected. They are the ones that are well taken care of. They've got cars that have bulletproof. And then they dig and then they take advantage of people that might not understand the language of economics, understand the importance of politics, having conversations about the fact that if someone says to me, "Gore, no, this is your country, this is your country, this is your country, you belong here as much as the whites," they're not making sense as to how they speak to us as black people, because of the fact that they should try to enforce the importance of saying, guys, let's be ethical amongst the other things. And then you ask yourself, this is exactly why these type of people, the ones that have full stomachs, um, a person who goes to work day in and day out, they don't date a person who would ask them for 5,000 like it's 2 cents, or buy them a Birkin, and we think this is funny. You ask yourself those type of questions. No, this is why there's Edwins and stuff like that, because of the fact that they're not ethical. They don't do the things correctly, because if you do things correctly, you actually do value the what goes into your account and what goes out. But we don't talk about those type of things. Then we look and we aspire to people that we know very well they don't wake up like you, going to work at 8 o'clock at the crack of dawn. You're going to work, you come back at 5, you're tired, you go to work every single day, and you think you can live ethically, but you're looking at people on Instagram, but you know very well they're at gym for 6 hours. Does that make sense to you? And then on the weekend, that's when they, in inverted commas, work. They go to brutal food events, and that's work for them. Where now, when you work, when you go to a DSTV event, you have to prepare and say, hey, okay, that 500 rand, hey, I'm going to put it one side. After that, oh, you must remember, you must also drink, and you must also have food, and you have to be normal. So what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, there's so many people that are not ethical, but we live among unethical people, and they act like they're the ones that give you financial advice, and we laugh. They're the ones that advertise the importance of financial advice. But you know very well, this person, I don't remember them having a proper job or saying, yo, chomusicking, yo, Nasfas, I'm still paying my mom, or I'm still paying what, I'm struggling. We've never had those type of conversations.
No, that's why I hate advice. Anyway, continue, Mamel.
No, right. Anyways, let me give other people a chance, because honestly, in 20 I'm getting, my heart is, my ears are getting hot.
Nah, guys, I wanna lie. When it comes to major decisions in my life, if I come to you and I vent about my life decisions and stuff, just listen to me. Don't advise me. I don't want. I already know what I'm going to do. I just need to vent.
So, Mamelo, I had a question for you. Is this lingering awkward conversation that we should have amongst ourselves? Because of I think at some point we have noticed what you're saying. It's actually true, because I mean everyone on the panel would agree with that statement, you know. So should we looking into saying that yes, you are black, you are educated and everything, but we do miss that certain stage to saying that, dude, now that you're there, these are the interests that we want you to look after, instead of just giving you that position and say that Mamelo is there, she will take care of certain processes. Is it because of, as blacks, we are afraid to have that awkward conversation with each other into saying that we need to call each other into account, saying that, look, dude, if you are messing up, you're messing up, whether you're black or what, but if you're messing up, you're messing up. We need to start having that. Is it because of maybe we are afraid, or we are trying to avoid the awkwardness?
Let's be honest. When we, you're saying something that's very uncomfortable to hear, but let's be honest, guys. You know why we thought Cyril Ramaphosa was going to be a good president? Because of the fact that we thought, because you're rich, you're not going to be a thief, or there's not going to be corruption, because of the fact that you don't need the money. So we are scared to talk about those type of things. Then we found out that just because you are rich doesn't mean you don't want to be influential. You don't want to be amongst the thieves, because that means you are much more in danger of the fact that people are going to see you and then you're going to be a threat. And also a threat means a lot of things.
Honachi, we don't understand Nati, why did he do what he did? We can't answer those type of questions because when people started saying things, when Ntlantla started speaking funny things started coming out, and then he got, maybe, we don't know, or someone said to him, "You're not, do it yourself or I'm going to help you." And no one wants to be pew-pewed in a car. And we know
Mara ngithi mina ngicela ilanto ngicela senze i-body viewing yakhe lo muntu as a country sibe sure.
yo yona ke tshepihle akupatli ukwa mark, it doesn't make sense. Because how convenient is it that when we need you to show up? So what I'm trying to say, Kgoro, you're absolutely right.
And it's not the first incident that somebody is supposed to testify and then Sasa they die in a way that like, and the thing is they don't even, the thing that pisses me off about these people's deaths, ne? They don't even orchestrate them in a realistic, believable manner. Can't it, to who do they take us for? It's like that white bloke that passed away in a Toyota Corolla on his way to the airport. What was he doing
To the
in an
airport.
unchaperoned Toyota Corolla in the first place? Loya baba. Kube nalo-ke manje unathi sekayashona naye. Well, the part of the building where he fell does not physically make sense. Like when you calculate the distance of Uti, how did he run? Okay, did he run full speed? Was he a bullet train? At what kilometers per hour did he run so that he could land on that specific spot? Because he landed on the other side of the balcony. And these deaths are not even realistic. They can't even respect us enough to poison these people or to say, they have to have some weird dramatic twist to it. That curve, yes, airport. How do you have an accident of that magnitude on that particular curve?
It's
I
getting
mean,
lazy. It's getting
Mara
lazy.
guys, I have a serious question.
All I ask is for, if you're gonna lie to me, respect me about it. Respect my intelligence. I'm not saying I'm the brightest tool in the shed, but somewhat respect my intelligence.
Mara, Kanya, I have a serious question. Let's say we remove the ends, like the system of our government. We understand how it works, right? Money is allocated to different provinces, and then it goes down, down, down like that, right? Is it the system?
Yeah.
Is it the system, or is it Ramaphosa? Because we can say Ramaphosa, he's stealing, right? Yes, he's stealing and all his goons and whatever. But the money goes down. It goes to where you are staying. It literally, even if they stifle it. Mara, your municipality gets money. Get your township there, the bottom there. They have their own budget. They have their own money. So we take away the leadership up there. But then we have local elections. We have this other ones, by-elections or whatever, where we choose councillors and stuff.
Municipality.
But what I'm saying is, even if we remove Ramaphosa Kowadim, the ANC government, right? It's the national ANC. There is still the local ANC. That's my point. Like you this thing, it's a virus that starts from the ground up. For me, in my opinion, it's from the ground up. Because if you are unable to face your municipality there when you see that your tar road or your street lights don't work, and but Limpopo had a budget. For example, Limpopo has a budget, and then they'll do this budget allocation thing. They do it every year. And then Mopani district, they say this out loud in this thing. They say it to us. It's public information. You know this. And then for me, I feel like it's disingenuous to be like, Ramaphosa is corrupt up there, when you can't even talk to somebody who can fix your lights there by your street. For me, it's disingenuous. I feel like the energy is not directed the right direction. Maybe that's me. But I feel like if we are allowing the cadres on the ground to chow the money. How are we gonna be able to change the system at national level?
Also, remember that there's 3 branches, and it's national, provincial, and local. There's a guy on TikTok who does this sort of like a mystery shopper type of challenges. So what he does is he goes to government institutions requesting for services like the ambulance and everything. Then he actually rates them in terms of their service delivery. So what you are saying, you are right, my sister. The problem, the biggest problem, and I think Mamelo also touched on this a bit, it's accountability. If you go and say, guys, we have street poles that are not working, go Tembisa. You go to the municipality to say that "Okay, we are reporting, we're having a problem with street poles are not working. Nkunzi bangata ko kasi bafowethu. Our sisters and mothers are getting mugged when they are going to work, and our brothers as well. Oslo will refer me to Mamelo. Mamelo will refer me to Ajax. Ajax will refer me to Kanya. Kanya will refer me to Be Stationed. So we are lacking that accountability process. To hold someone accountable. Who is to blame actually for this? Because of what they're doing is just blame shifting. It's nothing but just blame shifting. If you look at it, that's what it is. It's blame shifting. You go to a local clinic. I've seen this thing at Dudula recently. The local clinic in Mona, I haven't been to a local clinic, I don't know, probably, I don't know how long. But this other lady works there. She says, Yo, Mfethu, now I'm able to breathe. I was like, why? She said, because we were overwhelmed. You would come in the morning, you'd have 50 people already on queue for us to service, and we are short staffed and everything. And I was like, but then why don't your manager request more people? She said, we've been asking for that. She's been saying that she has sent a requisition, but it's taking it's taking too long to approve and all of that. So what they're doing is just blame shifting and nothing else. There's just blame shifting and nothing else. If you look at it actually, you're actually right. Every year, we getting those allocations and everything. For example, if you look at Western Cape DA run municipalities, clean audit, but the clean audit clean audit does not mean that they have a good working municipalities. You still have service delivery protests in Kailicha, in Philippi, Mitchell's Plain. So having a clean audit doesn't mean that you are delivering the service. But a clean audit, it means, we have 10 rands, we can account where did the money go, and we can show proof for that. But the physical evidence, that's where it's lacking. And currently, the Western Cape municipality can't prove that. Yes, the audit is clean, they can see where the money is going, but is it reaching those people at the ground? No. So that is when the way I see it is just blame shifting. You go to this, they'll refer you to that. You go to this, they'll refer you to that.
And also, I feel like we no longer have a backbone, to be honest. I remember back then when I was growing up, if the councillor was not doing the job, people would just go to his house and just via him fast. And then you see, now I feel like I can see the light is not working. And I'm like, Ramaphosa, what can I do? Like, there's no longer that. Yeah, back then when you would see people leaving their houses and going to the councillor's house, via fast, and then 1 week later that problem has disappeared. These days they no longer do stuff like that. We're nonchalant, man. I don't want to lie. We are we're nonchalant as I don't know if I could say youth, because if I'm saying back then, I'm talking about the youth back then. Rina, now
We
we no
become
longer care.
complacent, my sister.
Yeah, we are
They're
complacent.
really
We just
comfortable. Yeah, we are so complacent with their, corruption and everything. So it's
Hayi ukuthi
it's very sad.
isibindi asikho, wena ungahamba uyolwa yini wena namhlanje, ungavuka mpela
never.
because
Like, cardboard only one. Because when you ask
And
the
I
people
know.
to come with us,
No, I don't wanna lie. I'm
Nani,
not
they
I
laugh
even
at
wanna
each
know.
just
other.
like I don't even wanna lie to you. I'm part of the problem, Shem, and I will admit it. Or even if there's a strike for a cause that I truly strongly believe in, it will find me in my house.
Kanya, we're gonna watch it on
That's
TV
one.
together.
I will watch from the news and didn't and then I'll be giving my opinions with your maralo mama sangaza hambe kanje iyo.
And it's shaggy after that. So it's
No,
finish
I
and
Shem, I
dust.
don't lie. I don't. I'm clear, no clear, Shem. As in, I take these things very seriously, but I won't go there.
No. The
Actually,
serious ones we find we love. I mean, no, we don't love. Sorry. I get it, Sakamo TikTok when we see these things. But also another thing I've realized, guys, you know, we betray each other. Let's be honest, ne? When you live in the suburbs, you do municipality, the white people. Then national, we do ANC. How's that gonna work? We have to be consistent. If you really say you believe in ANC, you must be consistent. They were maga as people. So try to DA. Oh no, it comes and takes our dustbins. Got Tuesday, nah. And then we lie. No, national. Hi. You want to be a comrade.
Okay, na I wanna lie to you. Ke mona mo kontle with a very white person ke sa mo nyaking ba mmitsang ka Catherine. You know already. No, like really too. Ka service
no.
delivery. Get the kids or I don't like this person for nothing, but I'll be there during that strike. I'll be standing side by side with Catherine. You know, man. I mean Ramaphosa. Really, really. Guys, get like more in. I don't wanna lie to you, Shem. Now I'm a problem to us black people. I'm part of the problem.
No,
I'll
Kanya,
admit
right.
it.
No, Kanya, Mamelo and Kanya, right. Like, you know, when you are in a certain area, you get diluted, man. Like, if I'm living,
Yes.
if I'm
And if
living
you've
here,
never been exposed to Umzabalazo, guys, mina ngiyothatha Umzabalazo fire in me because I've never been exposed to these things my whole life. So manje,
exactly.
njani? And when I only started realizing and started being angry as a black person, saying him dala, and I had worked for over 2 years for me to realize that there was a problem. Before that, guys, I thought white people were my friends, Shem.
True. I like Kanya. Thank you for being honest. But this is the truth that nobody wants to have.
And not guys, I don't wanna lie. I only opened my eyes, and it's the workspace that opened my eyes. If it went for the workspace, I don't wanna lie to you. Nah, I was gonna see nothing wrong. I was also one of the black people who were there thinking, guys, get over it. Come on, man. It's been 30 years. You understand? Nikili Molin. And I think it's because I was shielded from the real issue, that the real issues that we as black people face, until I had to start fighting with people to wear my hair the way I want to, until I had to start fighting people to say, no, I'm a black person and I don't care, until I started seeing the segregation with my own eyes, to say, okay, so now the only reason why I'm taken seriously is because of the way I speak and the way I behave. No, actually, you know what, by the way, I'm black.
My people.
So yeah.
Good night, my lovies.
All right, good night, Mr. Ancient.
Bye, Ancient.
We'll do it again tomorrow, 8 p.m.
Rory.
Yeah. Lo, do you want us to do breakfast or lunch tomorrow?
Lunch.
So you're not even scared that I'm here. You are doing it in front of me, Vel.
But you can come with us, How?
You guys, you have already spread the virus, guys.
Akira, you don't have clothes that fit anymore, can
you? I don't have what?
clothes that fit. Wow.
Yes, you must
Ancient,
respect me. You must enjoy me here and respect me, please.
You're not gonna be like that forever.
You would have come with us. So for now, while you're still busy, let me go out.
Nah, guys, I'm hearing it from people that your stomach is big. Now I feel like I'm the slimmest person on earth. Please.
Can we still play soccer?
Pardon?
Can we still play soccer?
I don't play soccer.
No, guys, bye.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.